We come to this place for magic. We come to Sanford Stadium to laugh, to cry, to care, because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the sun begins to set and we go somewhere we've never been before. Not just entertained, but somehow reborn. Together. Amazing plays on a crisp green field. Cheers that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our team feels like the best part of us, and plays feel perfect and powerful, because here they are. Sanford Stadium. We make football better.
Hello, Auburn High School. I'm Cherish Jackson.
And I'm Lillian Downey.
And you're watching Tiger TV. Poetry Out Loud competition registrations are due on Thursday, October 16th for competition on November 6th. Please see Ms. Hof if you have any questions. You can refer to Student Square or Schoology for the QR codes to register.
Yearbook senior recognition ads are on sale now. Orders and pricing can be found on Schoology, and all orders must be placed by December 5th. Any questions can be sent to Ms. Bradford and Ms. Smith.
Those who would like to change their name in the yearbook have the opportunity to do so before October 17th. The link or QR code to the Google document can be found on Schoology or with your Tiger Connect teachers.
Biology Club will meet in room 1222 on Thursday, October 16th at 7:45 a.m.
During the October 2025 meeting in Montgomery, Auburn High School was twice recognized by the Alabama State Department of Education for excellence in leadership. Ms. Beth Antoine, Assistant Principal, was honored with a resolution of recognition as Alabama's 2025 High School Assistant Principal of the Year, representing State School Board District 2. In addition, Auburn High School received a resolution of distinction recognition for being named a 2024 Alabama School Counseling Program of Distinction. Ms. Cheryl Smith proudly represented the AHS counseling team during the ceremony.
The Savannah College of Art and Design will be visiting Auburn High School next Friday, October 24th in the Scola at 11:45. Pre-registration is not required.
And now to your weekly sports update with Reese Kinder and James Tippins. After a short commercial break, stay tuned. You're watching Tiger TV, your leader in Auburn High School news.
This is the story of a boy who didn't talk for a long time. The boy liked things to always be the same. Any changes would scare and upset him. The unknown was an unfriendly place. The boy was very sensitive to lights and sounds. So he built secret hiding places where they couldn't get in. The boy didn't like looking people in the eye. He wasn't trying to be mean, it just made him feel uncomfortable. Sometimes he would flap his arms again and again.
One day, I found out I have something called autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I found my voice and learned all the ways I could live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Welcome back to Tiger TV as we dive into the world of Auburn High sports.
The Auburn High Tigers picked up a huge bounce-back win Friday against the Smith Station Panthers 38-0. Quarterback Casey Myers threw for 300 yards and 3 TDs, helping the Tigers move to 6-2 on the season and 4-1 in region play. Next up, the Tigers are set to face the Carver-Wolverines this Friday for senior night.
The Tigers flag football was firing on all cylinders Tuesday night for their game against Jag. Auburn celebrated senior night and scored without even having to touch the ball, scoring on a safety. When the Tigers did touch the ball, they were able to score often, courtesy of Catherine Lee and Caitlin Brock, and the rest of the Auburn playmakers, winning the game 48-0. Their next home game, they will take on their rival Opelika Bulldogs on October 23rd.
The Tigers flag football team is about to begin the gauntlet of their schedule, going to Carver tonight and then face rival Opelika at home on the 23rd.
Auburn High volleyball team took down the Hoover Buccaneers on senior night in what was a huge statement win. Volleyball is set to face Bayside this Thursday to cap off their regular season.
Now moving into Auburn cross country, the Tigers have a week of rest before they hit the ground running next week at the Montgomery Invitational. Hopefully the cross country varsity boys and girls can come out on top in their next meet at Montgomery on October 18th at 8 a.m.
The Tigers host Carver Wolverines this Friday for senior night. This matchup has huge playoff implications on the line. With a win, Auburn locks up the 2 seed in the region. With a loss, Auburn could put their playoff hopes on the line. You can watch this game on YouTube and the NFHS network with AHS Mass Media. Reese Kinder and myself will be on the call for the game. That's all for this week's sports. Stay tuned for more updates on your latest news. After this quick commercial break, you're watching Tiger TV.
When I was getting ready to retire, I had to have somewhere to look for some health insurance. So I ran into an old classmate of mine at Hardee's one morning, and he happened to be driving for Auburn City Schools. So we got to talking. He was telling me about the benefits, and it's a great opportunity because we leave here a couple of hours every morning, a couple of hours in the afternoon. We got from probably 8:30 to 2:30. Go play golf, work in the yard, do whatever you want to do. You're not going to work on the weekends. You're not going to work on holidays. You got all summer. So that's great.
Okay, if somebody's considering driving a school bus, I would say do it. There are so many opportunities for different people, different walks of life, different roles, no matter what situation you're in for being a bus driver. There are spaces for those who own their own business and can make their own hours. This is a fantastic opportunity for that. For those stay-at-home moms or stay-at-home dads that don't necessarily want to be gone from the house all day but can do a morning and an afternoon shift, that is fantastic schedule.
But I know they're paying on Mr. Lewis to take them to school. So I try to get there on time, every day, and show up every day. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. I love kids. I love people. I like tiny people.
Best part be the school bus driver. Again, you help these kids get education. You help these kids go to the school, and you help these kids go back to home. This is, in my opinion, the best part.
My favorite things are the handwritten notes, hands down. Even if the parents are making them do it, they usually think about, what you mean to them and what impact that you've made on them.
We need bus drivers. We love to have bus drivers. We need drivers every day.
It's all about the kids. They're the ones that's special, honestly. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm still here. And they can't get rid of me, But I'm not letting those 70 kids that are counting on me to get to school, I'm not letting them down.
Welcome back to Tiger TV. Let's finish up the news for this week.
If you're a student with 3 years of Spanish and an A average, you're eligible for the Spanish Honor Society. If you're interested, contact Senior Irwin by October 24th.
The Auburn High School Marching Band rounded out their competition season this weekend in Noonan, Georgia. The band left with all superior ratings and a second place in Class 5A.
Join Southern Union Community College for their open house on Thursday, November 13th from 4 to 6 p.m. At the open house, you can learn about the various programs offered, meet instructors and admission officers, and learn about scholarships and financial aid. All are welcome, and the QR code to register is on Schoology.
Auburn City Schools celebrates Hayes Craft, a fourth grader at Wrights Mill Road Elementary School, who was recognized by Lee County Family Court Judge Mike Fellows for the Character in Action Award. The award is given to students of Lee County who make a positive contribution that goes beyond expectations. Congratulations to Hayes for his incredible examples of character in action.
The AHSPTO is putting on their winter merch sale, with new arrivals this year like sweatshirts with puff letters, mock neck hoodies, and tiger PJs. All orders will be delivered through the students before winter break. Links to the purchase to the AHSPTO merchandise are on Schoology.
The Auburn High School varsity cheer competition in Millbrook, Alabama. In the AHSAA Central South Cheerleading Regional Competition, the team secured first place and will be moving on to the state finals in November.
That does it for Tiger TV today. For more information from around Auburn High, make sure to follow Auburn High on social media or stay up to date on Schoology or the Parent Square app. Also, keep an eye out for the AHS Mass Media YouTube page for more videos and highlights from around Auburn. I'm Lillian Downey.
And I'm Cherish Jackson. Thanks for watching and have a great weekend, Auburn High.
Hello everyone and welcome to AHS Countdown. I'm your host Reese Kinder, joined by my co-host James Tippins. James, how are we doing tonight?
Doing great, Reese. Excited for the senior night matchup between Auburn and Carver.
Yeah, Auburn coming in this matchup, winning last week 38-0 against the Smith Station Panthers, and then Carver losing to the Central Red Devils 58-35, and the Tigers are looking to get back-to-back wins this week against the Wolverines. But let's get right into last week's matchup for the Tigers. Auburn coming off the win, like I mentioned, at Smith Station. The Tigers' defense looked good throughout this game. And the offense got going in the second half, but the first half was kind of sluggish. Feel like a little bit of leftover, problems from that Central game, but Auburn was able to get things done and win against the Panthers. But we're going to move now to our game breakdown. We're going to start with our strengths for tonight. And James, what are your strengths for Auburn and Carver?
Yeah, for Auburn, it's definitely pressuring the quarterback. This defensive line has been there all year. From Carnell Jackson to Colin King, Micah Bowerstock, and Cam Creighton. And those linebackers behind him, pressuring this quarterback, Zion Crumpton, who's a really dynamic kind of guy. He's a playmaker, can sit in the pocket and make his throws, and also can get outside the pocket and run a little bit. He's really athletic. So pressuring the quarterback is definitely one of our strengths for tonight.
Yeah, I like that right there, James. I really feel like tonight, if you're able to pressure the quarterback, I feel like this Tigers defense has been able to do that a lot this season. Bobby Coleman had the struggles last home game, but still was able to find his receivers, and if they can do that tonight, I feel like Auburn can get a big win on senior night against Carver. But we're going to talk about the weaknesses now for this game, and I'm going to start with Auburn. Auburn is the passing game for Auburn. If Auburn's passing game is not going, that's where they lose momentum. And I feel like, honestly, this Tigers team has struggled against those big teams like Vestavia Hills and Central this season, and even Opelika passing-wise. And I feel like if Auburn's not able to do that tonight, Carver will come in to Sanford Stadium and get a big win. But for now, I feel like Auburn possibly has things going in the passing game if they can start off early. And then for Carver, it's the defense, like I mentioned earlier, 58-35 against the Central Red Devils. And this Carver defense has not looked good at all this season. If Auburn can get in a shootout, Auburn should be able to win this one. But so far, both teams look like it could be a high-scoring matchup, but I'm really interested to see how this one goes. But now we're going to move into key players to look out for tonight's matchup. And James, what key player are you looking out for tonight?
Yeah, tonight it's Alex Gampston, the senior linebacker. He had 8 tackles last game against Smith Station, including the only sack for the Auburn defense. But Alex Gampston's just a leader of this defense. He's everywhere. I feel like he's really athletic. He's really good rushing the quarterback and, laying back, reading the eyes of the quarterback and making plays in zone reads. So Alex Gampston's my key player tonight for the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, and, Coach Ferguson, that linebacker crew, really good linebacker group we have this year. Sadly, Greg Williams still is out for this game due to that injury, but hopefully we can have him back by playoffs. But I really think this Auburn team has a lot going for them with these guys stepping up, like Will Lee and Alex Gampston stepping up in those places to get things done. Now we're going to move to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll have the player spotlight with James Tippins.
Play hard, play to win. But when sports injuries occur, you can rely on Encore. Our professional team treats all types of sports-related injuries for athletes of all ages. Our licensed therapists work closely with the patient, your family, and physician to get you back into action quickly and safely. At Encore, we love to see you move. Log on to EncoreRehab.com for a location near you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to AHS Countdown. We're going to get right into it now with our player spotlight. And James, what player stands out to you the most?
Yeah, Cortez Cooks, last game had an interception. He's a junior, so he's really kind of a young kid on this DB squad with B.J. McGee. Him and B.J. McGee are kind of just like those 2 lockdown corners we have. Cortez Cooks stepping up a big way with an interception, carrying that into this week. But, yeah, Cortez Cooks, player spotlight.
Yeah, I really feel like you hit it right on the head there. And honestly, Cortez Cooks, really good defender. B.J. McGee, like you mentioned as well, both great corners on this Auburn defense, and if they're on their game tonight, I think this Auburn team can get a big win against Carver. But now we're going to move to our region standings, and we're going to start off now. Currently leading the region right now is Central. Central at 1. They're undefeated in the region. They're only lost at the IMG Academy, which is a non-region game, so that does not hurt them. And then Auburn moves up to the 2 spot after Carver dropped to Central last week. So Auburn currently ahead of Carver. If they win, they stay ahead of Carver. And then in the 4 spot is the Opelika Bulldogs. The Bulldogs have 2 region losses after dropping one to Enterprise on Friday. And you actually picked that game. You picked the upset, James. And then in the 5th spot, you have the Dothan Wolves. They're down there. They're still trying to fight for that playoff spot. So very interested to see if they can keep that going. And then Enterprise passes Smith Station, getting their 2nd region win. So the Wildcats get back into 6th place, and then Smith Station falls 1 spot to 7th place, and then obviously Jag in last place. So far the region's shaping up pretty well as the playoffs are getting closer and closer. We only have 2 more weeks, maybe 3 more weeks, till this playoffs is here, and a lot of teams trying to fight for those seeds. And obviously Trip Upton, our other member of the crew, will have that on tonight. Show. He'll have that with all the updates about region standings and playoff implications, so we'll definitely be interested to see. But we're going to move to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we will have our game picks with me and James.
When I was getting ready to retire, I had to have somewhere to look for some health insurance. So I ran into an old classmate of mine at Hardee's one morning, and he happened to be driving for Auburn City Schools. So we got to talking. He was telling me about the benefits, and it's a great opportunity because we leave here a couple of hours every morning, a couple of hours in the afternoon. We got from probably 8:30 to 2:30. Go play golf, work in the yard, do whatever you want to do. You're not going to work on the weekends. You're not going to work on holidays. You got all summer. So that's great.
Okay, if somebody's considering driving a school bus, I would say do it. There are so many opportunities for different people, different walks of life, different roles, no matter what situation you're in for being a bus driver. There are spaces for those who own their own business and can make their own hours. This is a fantastic opportunity for that. For those stay-at-home moms or stay-at-home dads that don't necessarily want to be gone from the house all day but can do a morning and an afternoon shift, that is fantastic schedule.
But I know they're paying on Mr. Lewis to take them to school. So I try to get there on time, every day, and show up every day. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. I love kids. I love people. I like tiny people.
Best part be the school bus driver. Again, you help these kids get education. You help these kids go to the school. And you help these kids go back to home. That's, in my opinion, the best part.
My favorite things are the handwritten notes, hands down. Even if the parents are making them do it, they usually think about, what you mean to them and what impact that you've made on them.
We need bus drivers. We love to have bus drivers. We need drivers every day.
It's all about the kids. They're the ones that's special, honestly. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm still here. And they can't get rid of me, But I'm not letting those 70 kids that are counting on me to get to school, I'm not letting them down.
Hello everyone and welcome back to AHS Countdown. We're going to get right into our game picks now, and obviously we're going to start with the standings first. Standing in first place is James, obviously 26-5, and then I'm 20-5, and then Cherish is 13-5. James, you went undefeated last week. That's the second time someone has went undefeated so far this season. Cherish in week 1 was undefeated. But we're going to get it started now with our first game up. It is the 1-6 Jaguars versus the 3-4 Enterprise Wildcats. Enterprise coming off of a big win against the Bulldogs last week of Opelika, and then the Jaguars losing to the Dothan Wolves in Dothan last week. Who do you have between Jag and Enterprise?
Yeah, Reese, as you mentioned, two really struggling teams. Enterprise coming off that big win, have the high hopes coming into this game. But I've got Jag upset of the century here.
You're taking a bold prediction there, James. This Jag team struggled offensively and also struggled defensively this season. But the Wildcats last week looked really good, outscoring Opelika, I believe 42-20. I don't know the exact score of that matchup, but this Enterprise team had a great game last week against the Bulldogs, and I think they're going to continue that momentum. And they're obviously eliminated from playoff contention, but still trying to improve that record a little bit. But I feel like the Wildcats are going to be able to get a big win against the Jaguars here tonight. But our next game up is 2-6 Smith Station. Auburn faced them last week. And then Dothan, who's 4-3. Who do you have between Dothan and Smith Station?
Yeah, Smith Station kind of just sputtering towards the end of the season. They can't really get anything going. Got shut out last week. And then now they have to go against this really dynamic Dothan offense running the triple option. I've got the Wolves in this one.
I'm gonna say Dothan in this one, but I will say it's gonna be close due to the fact that Dothan, it seems like, gives up a lot of points defensively. So I really feel like this Smith Station team, they also run the triple option. They're going to be able to score some points. They might put up 20 or 30 on Dothan if Dothan's not ready defensively. But I do have the Wolves winning this one, but I think it's close. But our next game up is 7-1 Daphne versus 6-2 Fairhope. This is at Fairhope. James, who you have between Daphne and Fairhope?
Yeah, Daphne's just too big up front. They're going to 8-1. I got Daphne in this one.
I'm going to have to agree with you here. Daphne, just a really well-rounded team. I feel like this Daphne team has improved as the season just continues to move on. And Daphne trying to get a good playoff spot. And this Daphne team will improve to 8-1 tonight against Fairhope. And, it should be a good game. But our next game up is 6-2 Thompson versus 5-3 Hoover. Hoover, we've been talking about them for a few weeks. They've started to get better as the weeks progresses. Is at Hoover. But James, who do you have between Thompson and Hoover?
Yeah, as you said, Hoover just gaining that momentum. Rough start the season. I don't think they get this one. I think Thompson wins by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I can't go against the Warriors. Trent Seaborn, one of the best high school quarterbacks in the state of Alabama, has a bunch of D1 offers, and this Thompson team is ready. They're putting all those losses that they had early in the season behind them, and this Thompson team is ready to get a big win against the Buccaneers, and I think they'll be able to do it on Friday night. And our next game up is the 7-1 Central Red Devils versus the 6-2 Opelika Bulldogs. This is at Central. James, who do you have between Central and Opelika?
Yeah, I don't think this one's going to be close. Give me the Red Devils.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you here. The Red Devils, we underlooked that defense. The offense is just already there. The Central team scores a lot of points, and the Bulldogs struggled last week against Enterprise. And I really feel like this Central team will be able to get the job done against Opelika here tonight. And then our last matchup up is obviously the Auburn versus Carver game. Auburn 6-2 on the season, and Carver 5-2. Big playoff implications tonight for this game. James, who do you have between Auburn and Carver?
Yeah, Reese, just a marquee matchup between these two programs. I really think it's going to come down to the defense. I think it's going to be a really defensive battle game, low scoring. It might come down to a field goal or a turnover, but I'm going to go with Auburn in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Tigers in this one, but like you said, don't be surprised, folks, if this game is close due to the fact that Carver does score a lot of points and Carver does give up a lot of points. So if this Auburn offense is going and this Carver offense is going, this could be a shootout, maybe like one of those Big 12 matchups we see between Baylor and Kansas State or something like that back in 2015. But yeah, I feel like this Auburn team is going to be able to get the job done and improve to 7-2 on the season and continue hopefully getting maybe the number 2 seed in the playoffs coming up. But now we're going to move away from our game picks, and we're going to move into our keys to the game. And James, what is your key to the game for Auburn tonight?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see Auburn stop this run game. Zion Crumpton back there, he's really elusive and can get out of the pocket and scramble for a ton of yards. And then Elijah Tarver back there, their workhorse running back for this team. Carver really uses that ground game to their advantage, rushes for a ton of yards every game. If Auburn's defense can play like they have all season and stop this run game, it'll set them up for success and a hopeful win.
Yeah, I really feel like Auburn's defense has been good at stopping the run this season. Big Carnell Jackson and Colin King up front. And if they're able to get some big tackles for loss and also just get those stops like you mentioned, this Auburn team's going to be able to get a big win tonight against the Wolverines. But my key to the game for Carver is you got to force those turnovers. I mean, if you're Carver, you got to look at it this way. Auburn's offense has been high-powered for most of the season. They've only had 2 bad games, I feel like. And if Casey Myers can get things going to Joshua Askew and Antonio Welch and that receiving core, I feel like the Tigers are going to be able to get it done. But if Carver's defense is able to force some turnovers and get the ball in great field position for that offense, I feel like this Carver team's got it going for them. But that is going to do it for AHS Countdown. We hope you guys enjoy this matchup between the Auburn Tigers and the Carver Wolverines. We'll see you guys at the kick.
Hello and welcome to Auburn High School Bracketology. I'm your host, Trip Upton, and we're going to be looking at all the bracket and playoff chaos that has happened all across the state of Alabama and see where some of these teams can be slotted in, especially when it comes to Auburn, when it comes to Central, what's going on in Birmingham with Thompson and Hewitt-Trussville getting upset this past weekend, what's going on in Mobile, what's going on in Huntsville. We have it all here for you right here, right now. So first, I want to take a look in Region 1. That is down in Mobile, as we know, and no surprise here, Montgomery still the top seed in that region. They've clinched playoffs officially, and they are looking to try and make it all the way to be the number 1 seed, and they're undefeated, so it looks like they're going to do that this week. Daphne, the Trojans, number 2, they are tied with Fairhope and Baker, all for that number 2 spot, which means that because all those teams are 4-1, they are all locked into the playoffs. Davidson, you see that down there. The Warriors are 2-3, which normally they could still finish 4-3. However, because of tiebreakers to the teams above them, they are out, even if they go to 4-3 because of those tiebreakers. I'm aforementioned Fairhope and Baker, they're 4-1. They're looking to fight for better seeding in the playoffs. Foley, Robertsdale, and Alma Bryant all at 1-4 or worse. The Lions, Golden Bears, and Hurricanes will be watching the postseason from the couch this week. So down in Mobile, it's those top contenders. It's our first division where all those teams, the Bakers, the Fairhopes, the Daphnes of the world, are all competing for seeding. Looks like Mary Montgomery is going to be the number 1, but that's not a given, especially with some of the matchups that are coming up for the Vikings in the next couple of weeks. They did beat Fairhope last week, So that's really, really big for them. But they're going to still have a lot to do if they want to compete, and they still have some work to do to lock up that #1 seed. So taking a look at the matchups this week, I really only have 2 because of what's going on around the region and who's in and who's already out. First, I have Fairhope and Daphne. The winner will take that sole possession of the 2 seed. Baker could also tie them for that. Daphne does have a win over Baker. They're Baker's only region loss. So Daphne in it could be the 2 seed with a win pretty much there, even with Mary Montgomery still. I think that actually I beat them or lost to them earlier in the season. But Daphne's trying to lock up that 2 seed. So are the Fairhope Pirates. Next up, the Mary Montgomery Vikings hosting the Baker Hornets. Baker needs a win to try and stay tied for that 2 seed. Mary Montgomery locks in the 1 seed with a win. Baker needs a win to force that 3-way tiebreak potentially if they want to be able to lock in the #2 seed or potentially move their way up and host a playoff game. So looking at that region, I think really, if I had to give my expert opinion about it, I could see Fairhope dropping a little bit, especially with a tougher end of the schedule because they played Mary last week. They've played Daphne this week. I think Baker is the last team they have to play. So they got to play all the contenders. They're definitely going to be potentially going on the road, but Baker and Daphne are going to be competing for that #2 down the stretch. I personally think Daphne has the edge over the Baker Hornets, but we'll have to see what happens there. Moving on to Region 2. Then this is a region that looks about the same, especially with some of the key matchups that happened last week. Central winning, Auburn winning, but it's going to be a lot of chaos thanks to to Opelika actually losing to Enterprise in a blowout fashion. That sets a lot of scenarios. But let's look at the standings first. Central leading the pack as always. They were able to put the whooping, as some might say, on the Carver-Montgomery Wolverines. Auburn and Carver are tied currently for 2nd place. Auburn has the tiebreaker advantage over them. They play each other this weekend, and we'll talk about that once we get into our games. Opelika could have been the 4th team to lock up their playoff hopes this past week. However, they dropped a game to Enterprise, who, even though I would consider them eliminated via tiebreakers, they still do have a path. A very, 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 very slim one, so I effectively have them eliminated. And Dothan, the team with everything to gain right now. If Dothan can win out, we'll talk about what that looks like a little bit later. They are in prime position to potentially steal that 4th seed from Opelika, even though they lost to the Bulldogs 2 weeks ago. And looking at what could happen in this, there's a lot of scenarios that Auburn fans need to be aware of. First, Auburn looks like they're going to be slotting at the 2 seed. I don't know if Central is going to lose to either Opelika or the Jag. So it looks like with Central locking up that 1 seed effectively, Auburn is going to have a lot to play for with that 2 seed this week. And then heading to Dothan, it is going to be a 2-game stretch where Auburn does actually have to win some games because there is still an opportunity for Auburn to miss out in the playoffs. I know that I've said in earlier episodes, 4 wins get you in. But that has been true mostly except for one key scenario. So if Auburn goes 0-2, if they lose to Carver and then drop one on the road against Dothan, then Dothan would have to beat Smith Station this week and then go and beat Auburn. And if Opelika just wins 1 out of the next 2, probably not against Central, but if they beat Carver, that would set up a 3-way tiebreaker for that 3rd and 4th spot. Opelika, as it stands right now, would be the 3rd seed because of the out-of-region tiebreakers we mentioned in our 1st and 2nd episodes. They've played a lot of tough teams like Pike Road in the out-of-region, rather. And then, do they be that 3? Then it would go down to that 4 seed, a 2-way tiebreaker between Auburn and Dothan. If Dothan's beaten Auburn, Auburn could be eliminated from the playoffs if the things that need to happen. So Auburn, it is imperative that Coach Etheridge and this team play well and win on Friday. There's rumors that Greg Williams will be back for this one. There's Kason Myers should be ready to go for this one as well. I think that we're going to see a great ball game out of the Tigers, but Carver's not a team to take lightly. So let's take a look at some of these games to look out for. As first I mentioned, Auburn v. Carver. The winner will lock in that 2 seed and at least be the front runner for it. Yes, Carver could lose next week to Opelika, but maybe that could mess things up with tiebreakers, but the winner should be the 2 seed. Central v. Opelika. Central will lock in the 1 seed with a win with all the wins over playoff contenders, and I think they're just going to beat Jag. I don't think that's a crazy take to have at this point of the season. And then Opelika must win this week or next week pretty much to secure playoffs, with Dothan nipping at their heels. They do have a tiebreaker over the Wolves because of the head-to-head win, but if Enterprise gets involved, that could get very messy very quickly for Opelika. So winning either this week or next week would go ahead and lock that in for them. Finally, for the games to watch, yes, Jag plays Enterprise, but that's really a game that's more Enterprise has everything to lose, and they could be a spoiler. Dothan v. Smith Station, the Wolves need a win to stay alive. If they lose, that means your top four is pretty much set, and then a win potentially knocks Enterprise 100% out. If it goes to that three-way tiebreaker, there's a possibility, thanks to out-of-region and Enterprise winning all of their out-of-region games right there. But Region 2, one of the toughest regions in the state right now, especially with the Central Red Devils, just offensively looking dominant. They're going to be hard out, but Auburn still has everything to play for, but everything to lose this weekend. Let's take a look at Region 3 right here, and there was a lot of upsets. The Hewitt-Trussville Huskies lost to Prattville this past weekend, and there are currently 4 teams tied for that second place right there, and that's going to be tough to try to figure out who it is, but we're going to break it down right here. First, Thompson they're 5-0, they're undefeated. They will lock in the number 1 seed with a win this weekend. Hewitt-Trussville, I have them slotted in at number 2 still. I know they're tied with Vestavia, Hoover, and Prattville. However, I think they have the edge because they've beaten 2 of those 3 teams with wins over Vestavia and Hoover, even with the loss to Prattville. Next up, I still have the Vestavia Hills Rebels at 3. I really like what they're doing. Yes, they play a lot better at home than they do away, but I think that they can make some noise this weekend especially. And then Hoover, I have at number 4. They have jumped up here, as you can see, from what they were last week, and that's because of Hillcrest Tuscaloosa losing a big game last weekend to Thompson. I have Prattville slid into that 5 spot. They were able to stay alive with a win and have made things very messy for that region. And then last but not least, you have Oak Mountain 1-4 effectively eliminated. And then Tuscaloosa County winless overall, winless in the region. They are out. They're already getting ready for next season. So in that Birmingham region, there's a lot to play for and a lot to lose. Every week matters, especially in 2 weeks, Vestavia v. Hoover. That could be a play-in game. You have a lot of teams playing like in and out of region this weekend, and it's going to be a great one to watch for Alabama sports fans. So first, let's take a look at the games to watch. Hoover v. Thompson. Buccaneers will move in, barring tiebreakers, with a win. Thompson will lock up the 1 seed if they win. So the Buccaneers could play spoiler for Thompson, potentially trying to get to the 1 seed. It would help out Hewitt-Trussville, despite the fact that Hewitt-Trussville lost. But I don't think Trent Seaborn and the Warriors are going to have much problems getting that one done, even though it's on the road in Hoover. Hillcrest Tuscaloosa, they need to win to stay alive, and Prattville is the team that they get to host. Prattville coming off that big upset against Hewitt-Trussville. They move in, barring tiebreakers, with a win, and that would be really big for the Lions if they could pick up a big marquee win after a big bounce-back win last week. And then 2 weeks ago, they lost to the Vestavia Hills. So it's very messy right now in Region 3. Oak Mountain will host Hewitt-Trussville. Can the Huskies bounce back? Oak's already out, but Hewitt is in, barring tiebreakers with a win. There's a big chance that if certain teams, like if Hoover, Prattville, Hewitt, and Vestavia all win, a 40-win team is getting left out of these playoffs. Finally, Tuscaloosa County v. Vestavia Hills. Vestavia would move to the end, barring tiebreakers, with a win and set up a big matchup, potentially for the 3 seed or the 4 seed against the Hoover Buccaneers. So Birmingham, another region to watch, especially, again, I mention it every time, this is the teams that Auburn has to play in the first round. So it could be Prattville, it could be Hoover, it could be Vestavia. Hillcrest is still in and around it, but Hewitt-Trussville could drop all the way down to 3, and that would be really interesting to see how 2 of the top teams in the state already having to play in the first round because of that tough region in Birmingham. And last but not least for our regions is Region 4. Let's head up to Huntsville, where it is still a mess just like last week, but there are some clear contenders looking at these top 2 seeds. First, Austin and Florence both tied at 4-1. Austin with the tiebreaker because of the head-to-head win over the Falcons. Austin just trying to survive and advance right now, even though they lost to Huntsville But James Clemens moving up to the 3 seed right here. The Jets are tied with the Sparkman Senators and the Huntsville Panthers right now, all at 3-2. The Senators and the Panthers trying to play their way in. Bob Jones coming off a loss. They are at 2-3, but this is still a good team. The Patriots can 100% make a run to the playoffs, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then Albertville and Grissom, Aggies, Tigers already eliminated from the playoffs, so they will be just playing for pride the next 2 or 3 weeks. So Huntsville, and again, it takes a rocket scientist to figure out Rocket City when it comes to these football games, but at least it's not as tiebreaker heavy because of Florence winning. Sparkman goes down, James Clemens goes up, Huntsville still in the hunt, and Bob Jones, even with a loss, they kind of need to win out to be able to secure their spot. But looking at the games this week, there's 3 really big games that I want to harp on. First, Huntsville v. Florence. If Huntsville wins, all hell breaks loose, right? Because you're probably getting a 4-win team missing the playoffs because of tiebreakers, especially with the out-of-region tiebreakers of James Clemens and Sparkman struggling in the out-of-region. That's going to really hurt them. If Florence should be good, I think they should be in. Granted, if it goes to tiebreakers, it could be bad, but they probably need to just go ahead and win to be able to secure that up. Austin v. James Clemens. The Black Bears need to win to avoid the tiebreak of doom and despair, especially if Florence also loses. James Clemens moves in, barring tiebreak, with a win. The Jets looking to try and secure the playoffs on the road in Austin. And then finally, Sparkman v. Grissom. Grissom is out, but they could still upset Sparkman and keep them out. So I know that Bob Jones fans, even though they do play Albertville, that's really not on my games to watch. I do think Bob Jones takes care of business against the Aggies. But the Senators do need to win, and they'll be definitely watching that Bob Jones game and Huntsville game to try and get things settled. So a lot going on in Huntsville. So let's now take a look at the brackets. First, we're going to take a look at what if the season ended today based on the current standings that we just went over. First, I have Thompson and Opelika matching up at that top region right there. The Bulldogs still in right now, but their path is a little more complicated, especially now that they can win one of the next 2 games and be out. Daphne and James Clemens will be waiting for the winner of that one. I think the Trojans are a team to watch out for. The Jets are pretty good, but something's different about Daphne this year, in my opinion. I think that they can 100% go and win that game at home. Moving down to the bottom left of the bracket, more so. I know it's kind of in the middle for you guys, but in my bottom left, I have Central. Phoenix City obviously is the 1 seed in that region. They look good. Bobby Coleman is looking fantastic, and that offense, Patrick Nick's coach offense, I don't think anyone's really surprised. They would take on Hoover currently in the first round, which would be a little bit of a marquee matchup. Hoover, they're having a down year, but they could 100%. They're one of the highest power-rated teams in the state right now. They could 100% go on the road and beat Central if all the cards fall in their favor. Florence and Fairhope would take on that one, the battle, the Falcons and the Pirates. It'd be in Florence. And then moving up now to Austin. Austin, I have them taking on Baker right now. It would just, if the season ended today. And the winner of that game would take on the winner of Auburn and Vestavia Hills rematch. This time, it would be in the Sanford Stadium. It would not be at Vestavia. And I know a lot of Auburn fans, a lot of Auburn players, and a lot of our Auburn coaches have that team circled. If they want to play them in the playoffs, they know they have a shot to win that one. Mary Montgomery would take on Sparkman in the first round right now. And then they would play the winner of Hewitt-Trussville and Carver. Hewitt still at the 2 seed right now, even though they lost. That could be changing potentially. So now, looking at that, what the season would look like today, there's a lot of teams that can move around. I see Fairhope as a team that can move around. Maybe Bob Jones jumps up, and we'll kind of talk about that when we look at my projections, because again, that's what matters at this show. But a lot to talk about, especially that Central Hoover matchup. I think that'd be really, really interesting to watch and see if the Buccaneers, a veteran coach team, can go on the road to Phoenix City and win in Red Devil Stadium. I'd love to see it personally, but we'd have to see. Let's now look at Triptology, my projections. I have Thompson Opelika staying the same. I think Thompson is just going to keep rolling. And I think Opelika, I really wanted to put Dothan in there, but I don't think Dothan's going to beat Auburn. And I don't know if Opelika is going to win one of the next 2 games to force Auburn falling out or Dothan getting in. So right now I have that at Opelika. Check back in next week because I definitely could have Dothan in there depending on how bad Central beats Opelika. I have Daphne still at that 2 seed in that first region, and then Bob Jones, even though they're 2 and 3, they have an easy end of the schedule. They can win out and get in. That would be huge for the Patriots to go, and they could 100% beat Daphne and go, and did they play Thompson probably? That'd be really, really cool for them. Central, I have them taking on Hillcrest Tuscaloosa. I think even with the loss, I think Hillcrest still gets in based on tiebreakers, and especially given the fact they have the Hoover tiebreaker, which is going to be the most important head-to-head tiebreaker in that region, in my opinion. Because if they finish with the same record, Hillcrest gets in. Maybe it goes to a 3-way tiebreaker, and you could see somebody jump another team. But I think Hillcrest Tuscaloosa will get in and play Central. Next up, Florence. They take on the Baker Hornets in my projections. The Falcons beat the Hornets. And I think that maybe Baker can go on the road there and pull an upset. I think that there's entirely possible there. But Florence, I think they look pretty good as well. Austin would take on Fairhope in the first round. Fairhope, last week's number 2 out of Region 1, dropping potentially all the way down to the last team in that region. Auburn, Vestavia Hills, I think that is going to be the same because I think that Auburn and Vestavia Hills, I think that'd be a really, really, really cool rematch to be able to have. Mary Montgomery, I have them taking on James Clemens. James Clemens right now, the 3 seed, I think they just dropped to 4 just because they're tougher into the season schedule. And then Hillcrest Tuscaloosa playing Carver. I think Carver, a good team. We'll see what they look like in the Duck Friday night, but I think they're still going to continue pace and win that game against Opelika to stay at that 3 seed. To stay at the 3 seed right there. But, I mean, it'll be a really cool matchup, I would say, would be maybe Prattville moves up to a 2 or a 3, and Carver's a 2 or a 3, and we get to see the Bobby Carr have to return back to Carver after leaving them for Prattville. I think that'd be a really cool development right there. So if you're an Auburn fan looking at that side of the playoff bracket, you might have to play Austin in the second round. You get a rematch with Vestavia in the first, and you either play probably a Hewitt-Trustful team that has lost games and has not looked strong at some points of the season. Hey, maybe you can go and play in the state championship game. And if everything goes right, even with a rematch of Central, even against Thompson, a Blue Mountain is still very possible for Auburn, but they have to take care of business this week and next. Well, that's going to be all from us here at AHS Bracketology. My name is Trip Upton. Thank you for watching. And we'll be breaking down all of this week's madness next week. And hopefully we're looking at Auburn locked in at a 2 seed. But if not, we'll be here to talk playoff clinching scenarios, standings, and all that next weekend.
The Auburn High Tigers, they're coming off a 38-0 win over Smith Station on the road. They return home for their final home game of the regular season as they get set to host the Wolverines of Carver-Montgomery on Friday night. Coach Goolsby, Coach Ferguson, Coach Oliver joining me here once again this week. How are we doing, guys?
Doing well.
Good. Glad to hear. Food was good again this week.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and dive in. Last week on the road at Smith Station, you got shut out the week before against Central Phoenix City. You guys tossed a shutout this week, 38-0. Walk us through Friday night on the road.
Yeah, I mean, we started on defense again. This time we didn't win the toss and defer. They won the toss and took the ball, and they started driving on us. I mean, they run that, kind of a 3 yards in a cloud of dust offense, and they were getting 6-8 yards a pop and converted a 3rd down on a pass. And, it was a little nerve-wracking at first, but we got a negative play, I think a 13-yard sack, and got them behind the chains and ended up, getting off and forcing a punt. And our offense got the ball, I think, went down, scored first drive, and then kind of stayed like that throughout the first half. I mean, they kind of still moved the ball a little bit because they're happy with 2 or 3 yards and going for it on 4th down. And we were talking over dinner. I think the offense had 3 possessions in the first half. I mean, they tried to slow the clock down and just run it, don't get in any hurry, huddle up, so it's kind of a game. But obviously it worked out for us in the end. So.
Yeah, offensively, you kind of feel pressure in games like that to try to get the ball and make sure you score.
Yeah.
Every possession becomes that much more critical, especially with the time of possession being a key factor. The big pick 6 before half by defense was awesome too.
Yeah.
But it was a good night for our kids. Got a chance to, try to stay healthy as much as we could and work on some things that we'll need moving forward, hopefully to get us in the playoffs.
How big is it to have that kind of bounce back performance after the week before when you go on the road, and especially on the road against a team like Smith Station? How important is that for your guys' confidence to, put that last game behind you and to focus on this game and have that kind of performance?
I think it's incredibly important. I think it shows some maturity from our guys, and G and I talked after the game. Anytime you can pitch a shutout in 7A football, it's a really fun night, really exciting night on the defensive side of the ball. So, like you said, really just hats off to our guys for being mature. We got an older squad on the defensive side of the ball, man. We really needed those guys to step up and flush some things away, and we did. And, looking to build off of that this week against a really good opponent.
Oh, yeah.
When Coach Goolsby, you talked about the 3 yards in a cloud of dust offense. When you're not used to facing that each and every week, and, I know other teams in 7A will run that every once in a while, but when you're not used to going against it, you can prep for it in practice, but when you see it on the field that night, it's a different story.
Yeah.
How impressed are you by your defense to be able to get out there and handle business like that?
I mean, I was impressed because you can't replicate the crispness of how they block in practice, and they're pretty crisp in how they block it. And, the trap and the down and all those things, they hit really, really fast. And so I think it kind of probably caught our guys off guard just a little bit. But I was super proud of them. I told them at halftime, I said, y'all are doing a great job against an offense that we never get to go against. I think they maybe got a little bored because we like to send pressures and give different looks. You can't really do that against that.
Yeah.
You got to pick your time, be smart about it when you do. But, I think they settled in, and it was just a good opportunity for us to work on the really small things that we try to take pride in. And I was super proud of them. And like G. Ferg said, I mean, we love shutouts, and so, I was proud of them for not getting bored with doing the little things the right way.
And Coach Oliver, on the offensive side of things, you mentioned a minute ago about games like this that are slow. You're trying to make the most of every offensive possession. Having that performance when you put up 36 points after getting shut out the week before, how much does that kind of, get your offense kind of back clicking a little bit when you're able to go in and maximize those opportunities?
Oh, it's always positive, when you can put points up on the board and put drives together and work on things that, you've been working on at practice, These are things that, we didn't do well in the Central game and things that we got to do better moving forward, going down the road. So, I thought pass protection was really good. Casey delivering the ball really well. We was able to run it a little bit in the second half. So, it's all things we needed to work on for Auburn High School. And I thought our kids performed well.
So now, before we jump into this week, Waldo's Chicken Player of the Week nomination for you guys.
Decided on the offensive guy, Antonio Welch.
Okay.
8 catches, 129 yards, and 3 touchdowns Friday night.
And so, I'll continue to piggyback off the question I just asked you, Coach Oliver. When you've got a guy that steps up and has that kind of performance individually, is that something you've kind of seen from him in practice here recently?
Yeah. Our receiving core in itself is kind of our best position right now on offense. We got a lot of guys who've been playing a lot of football. I was just telling Coach Johnson and Coach Bagwell, who worked with those guys the other day, I'm going to miss those guys when they're gone, and I don't even coach them every day. Feel like them guys been there 5 or 6 years. So those are the kind of games we expect from those guys, and he's one of the kids that we're going to have to depend on offensively if we're going to go deep, make a deep run in the playoffs. That's kind of what they do every day, and it's good to see it, come to fruition on Friday night. I thought those guys had a good week of practice this week, so we need that kind of performance on Friday. We got to have those type games and those type performances from that group in big games like this Friday night.
Let's look at this Friday now as we roll through here. Carver comes into the Duck 5-2 on the year. Only 2 losses are to the top 2 teams in this week's rankings. Central Phoenix the last week, Thompson the very first game of the year. What have you guys seen on film from them?
They're good. I mean, they're really good. They can run on offense. It all starts with their quarterback. He's a really good player, wide receiver. Zion Crumpton played wide receiver for him last year, and they moved him to quarterback, and he can fly. And he can sling it. I mean, he can throw it 70 yards if he wants to, and he's not scared. One thing I've noticed is he'll throw it. If there's a linebacker in his chest, he's still throwing it. And when he scrambles, he's not necessarily looking to just run. He keeps his eyes downfield. So he does a lot of quarterback things really, really well. We're just going to have to be, sound against the run, and then also, sound against the pass and try to keep our eyes on him because, like I said, he can do both. And anytime you face a quarterback that can do both, it makes you nervous as a defensive coach. So it's definitely going to be a challenge for us. And wide receivers can run. They're big up front. They got 2 running backs that, try to punish you when they run. They don't get up in a hole and look to lay down. I mean, they look to run through a guy. So they're really, really good offensively. They're averaging like 40 points a game. So it'll be a challenge. I mean, I'm excited about it. I think our kids are excited about it.
The interesting thing I thought about at first is you were talking about their 2 losses. And if I'm not mistaken, they're in their season with Saraland. Am I right?
Yeah.
It does.
You're right.
Yep.
I mean, that tell you everything right there.
That's right.
I mean, these guys are trying to sharpen irons. And they are talented enough to play with all those teams.
Yep.
Same way on defense. I kind of sound like a broken record. I was telling somebody today, they remind me of Booker a lot on defense. Just the body types, the athleticism that they possess. They got some young guys that are prospects. Got a defensive end, number 7, that's like a 4-star kid. They got one DB that's going to Troy. And then, they got other guys out there that are, 6'3", long basketball-type body guys. They run really well. Really big guys at linebacker and on D-line. So we got our work cut out for us. I mean, it's going to be a tremendous challenge. But like we always talk about, these type of games, that you have to expect to play. It's getting down to playoff time. So, we would love to add our name to that group that has been able to beat this team.
Last week we were able, our East Alabama High School football game of the week was at the Central and Carver game last week, so I had the privilege of getting to watch Carver firsthand. One of the things that I saw from that Carver, or one of the X factors that I saw for Central's win, is they took advantage of turnovers. Is that something that you guys have been emphasizing this week? Say, hey, if we can turn the ball over on them, give it back to our offense as much as possible, we can do the same thing.
Yeah, that's something that we actually chart as our havoc. We talk about it on defense, is creating havoc plays, and it's negative plays, it's turnovers, any type of takeaway like that, and that's something that we try to look to be around, 30% of snaps or havoc plays for us, and if we can do that, chances are we're going to win the football game. And so that's definitely something that we've continued to emphasize this week, and we really emphasize every week. Offenses really like to score big touchdowns. They're a team that, makes a lot of explosive plays. If we can just get those guys down, limit the explosives when they happen, get them down, make them snap the ball again, chances are something good is going to happen for the defense if you make the offense continue to snap the ball over and over again.
So Friday night, the Auburn High Tigers hosting Carver. Anything going on at the game? Is it senior night this week?
Senior night, yep.
Talk before we get you out of here. Talk about the senior classes. You guys have talked about them throughout the year, but just sum up what the senior classes meant to y'all as a coaching staff this year.
Yeah, I mean, they've played a lot of football for us. I think we had 7 returning starters, senior starters coming back on defense. So, you don't want to think about next year and having to replace all those guys, but they've played a lot of football for us. They've won a lot of football for us. And sometimes, when you come in as a sophomore in 7A, probably even 6A, you don't get to play a lot. We always say if you're a sophomore that gets to play a lot, you're probably a prospect-type kid. And so, you go through that grind of being a sophomore and kind of being a scout team guy. And some people, just kind of fade away and don't do it. But these guys have kind of stuck through it. And then think about a guy like Will Lee. I think about a guy like Elijah Reynolds, he's just a great warrior for Auburn High. And he got hurt last week and broke one of the bones in his leg, and then sprained his ankle and tore some ligaments. And right here at the end of his senior year before senior night, you think about guys like that have just stuck through the thick and thin and just been Auburn High guys their whole career. You hate to see them go, but that happens every year. There's guys you get that you hate to see go. So they've been a good crew.
It's going to be real bittersweet, see these kids grow up, into young men, and to watch them progress in life, let alone just, in playing football. Some of these kids I've known since they were third graders, so it's going to be bittersweet to see it. I'm thankful to the Lord that, I have the opportunity to be there and to witness it and to be, hopefully, been a part of their growth. But it's a good group of kids, man. I mean, when the dust settles and we look back on this season, whatever it is, we are very blessed to be able to coach the kids that we coach at.
Absolutely.
Well, hopefully Friday night is not the last time they walk off the field at Sanford Stadium, as you guys are poised right now to hopefully host in the playoffs. We'll see how the next couple weeks go. But first step of that is winning game on Friday night against Carver at the Duck. Senior night, need a big turnout at the Duck. It's always a big turnout, but make sure it's even bigger this week at Duck Sanford Stadium for Carver coming to town against the Auburn High Tigers. Coaches, thank y'all so much for joining us here this evening, as y'all do each and every week. Hopefully next week when we talk to y'all, we're talking about locking in a playoff spot, another win for the Auburn High Tigers, and a big game to wrap up the regular season next week.
All right.
We sit down with the head coach of Auburn High School football, as we do each and every Thursday during football season. Coach Keith Etheridge joining us now. My man, it's good to talk to you. And look, it's always a little nicer to talk to you after a win, which is what you got last week against Smith Station.
Absolutely. I hope it's a little nicer the rest of the year. No, it's great to get a win. Great to get a regional win. Great to go on the road and get a win. It sets itself up, makes this game even bigger this week. So, just exciting to come off these wins, and we're sitting 6-2 right now. I'm sorry, 6-1 right now. 6-2 right now.
6-2.
6-2 right now. One loss in the region, so setting ourselves up for this being a big game this week.
Yeah, the atmosphere was good last week. A lot of fans for both sides turned out. Weather ended up, the temperature dropped nicely. I mean, that was the first real fall Friday we've had, Coach, and I know you guys had a good time with a 38-0 win over Smith Station.
Yeah, I thought we played well. Defensively, we went out and got the shutout, and offensively, we got to throw the ball around and have a little fun, but Smith Station did a really good job of keeping the ball away from us. I think that their coach has done a great job over there, and it's just good to get out of there with a win.
And they run that funky offense, moving guys all over the place, and a lot of eye candy is what we call it, right? And I thought Coach Goolsby and his squad on that side of the defensive ball, I mean, they played well, they stayed disciplined, and even got a pick six out of it too.
Yeah. Cortez Cook got his first pick six of the year, so we've got a couple guys with pick sixes.
And they didn't call it back, Coach.
Didn't call it back. Nobody blocked anybody in the back. Nobody held. Nobody did anything. You get to a point. You get a couple of them, and you're like, okay, somebody picks it off. Just don't touch anybody.
Yeah, you're looking around.
That's right. So, but I thought that the defense played great. Offense came out and put up over 300 yards passing. Didn't run the ball much, but was real efficient in the offense and had some guys with some big games.
And you just can't overlook a region win on the road. It doesn't matter who it is in this region.
Right.
You can't take them for granted. And so you stack another one there, and it sets up for a really fun but stressful stretch here. The last two games of the season. Auburn High will host Carver tomorrow night at Duck Sanford Stadium, and then you got to make a trip to Dothan next week. Which we'll talk about that and focus on that next week. But this Carver team coming in tomorrow night to the Duck is really talented. They put up a bunch of points, and they did so last week against Central.
Yeah, and they're electric. That quarterback is phenomenal. He's a really good athlete. Can do a lot of things. Can throw it. Can run it. Does a good job of finding the open guys and getting the ball. And they've got some guys who can make plays when they get the ball in their hand. The running back's really good. Their offensive line's solid. And they play well. And I think that Coach has done a really good job with those guys. I think that he has got those guys galvanized, and they're playing real well. You put 35 up on Central, you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I'd say so. And I remind people too, Coach, what happened last year in this game when we went down to Crampton Bowl and played at their place. This was the game we clinched the region title last year against Carver, which I know was a lot of fun and ultimately led to a really fun playoff too and things like that. So while we may not be playing for a region title tomorrow night, you are playing for the 2 seed, which is still a really big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a home playoff game. It's basically what you're playing for. You get that home playoff game, then get an opportunity to play another game at the Duck. So we want to capitalize on that, and to do that, we've got to play really good football.
Without giving too much away, as we're talking with Auburn High's head football coach Keith Etheridge here on ESPN 106.7, what is the health status of your team, both sides of the football? We know it's been a tough couple of weeks trying to work some guys back and get to 100%. I know we're not quite there yet, but what can you tell the people at home about the health of your squad?
Well, we're a little little banged up, and this time of season, you're always going to be banged up a little bit. So we got some guys that be trying to come back tonight that didn't play in the previous couple games. We'll have BJ McGee back.
Yep, that'll be big.
Greg will be back. You know, so we get some guys back. Elijah Reynolds, we lost him last week. He had a ankle injury, so we lost him for the season, which hurts us, you know, depth wise, because he's been playing really good up front on defense for us. Lost, you know, another one of our linebacker guys who have been playing pretty good that, you know, has been spelling some guys with a separated shoulder. So, you know, just the regular, you know, bruises and bangs up, you know, couple injuries with guys that won't be back for the season. But, you know, we've had some guys step up and play great. You know, I mean, Will East played great in Grad's absence. Yeah. You know, and Will still play. You know, he's still going to get some time because he has played so well. And we'll try to play Greg, you know, some Friday night and see how he's moving around and stuff, and then go from there.
What is the attitude and the emotions of your team right now? Because it's a long, brutal season in 7A in this region too, and you've played a lot of great teams on the road, at home, and things like that. And so where's your team at right now, Coach, with 2 games left in the regular season and still playing for your playoff lives?
Yeah, it's tiring. You know, it wears you out, especially an old guy like me. You know, I get wore out, and I know these kids that are playing get wore out, you know, but I think they're in a good spot. I think that, you know, we're pretty fresh. You know, I think that our legs look good at practice. You know, our kids are playing at a fast pace, and really proud of how they've bounced back. You know, when we did have adversity, how they've bounced back and responded. You know, so hopefully we can continue, you know, to get better every week and just improve on the little things that are going to help us win football games.
Auburn High's head football coach Keith Etheridge joining us here on ESPN 106.7. Since we are coming down the home stretch, you'll have Carver coming up tomorrow night at the Duck. You'll go on the road at Dothan to wrap up the regular season. And to tell people, too, your bye week is the last week of the season. So if you punch your ticket, you'll have a week off before you play that playoff game. Is there a guy or a player or maybe even a couple of guys that have stepped up this year that have been a difference maker for you that maybe you didn't think was going to, or just one that has exceeded expectations so far?
We have a lot of guys that have stepped up. I think that Alex Gampson's had a really good year for us. I think that Isaac Bradford has played well. Graham. Yeah. Graham's a guy that, you know, came off the lacrosse team and has had a really good summer and, you know, really played well back there in the secondary. I'm telling you, at practice, I watch, you know, Ryan Donaldson is getting better and better. You know, back in that secondary, a lot of guys are improving. Alex Brasidi played the whole game last week at corner, played well, you know. So Tez Cook with the pick 6 last week. You know, I think a lot of guys have stepped up. Our receivers have been playing good. You know, we had a couple of drops in that Central game. Yeah. And I was really upset with that. You know, we had a little come together meeting, you know, because that's got to be the strength of our team. Sure. You know, our receivers. So, and I think that they really stepped up last week and played well. We just gotta focus on the little things, and I think that, you know, offensive line wise, you know, you got some guys have stepped up. CJ Cornell's had a really good year. King has had a really good year. A lot of guys, you know, I'm really proud of a lot of guys. I'll tell you somebody who's came on, you know, as the season's progressing. I knew he was going to be really good this summer, watching him get after it, and then coming into this year, you know, is Eli Scott. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's had a great year, 27. He's going to be a big time player for us. He's just a junior, so we're looking for big things out of him.
A lot of talent on this team, both sides of the football for Auburn High as they prepare for Carver-Montgomery tomorrow night, home at Sanford Stadium. We'll have the radio broadcast for you on the Auburn High Sports Network on Wings 94.3, WingsFM.com, or that Radio Alabama app. If you don't have that, download it. It's the best way to listen to everything we have going on at our family of radio stations. Coach Keith Etheridge, one more before we let you go. Keys to your victory tomorrow night against Carver. You're playing for the 2 seed. Yeah. You'll lock it up. You'll punch your ticket to the playoffs, secure a home playoff game in round 1. What does your team have to do to win tomorrow night?
We got to keep them from making a big play. They're a big play team. You know, he loves to throw it deep and give those receivers a chance to go get it. And, you know, we got to keep him contained, because if he gets out there in space, he is hard to deal with. It's hard for one guy to tackle him. He's got some wiggle and really electric player. So we have to do that. And, offensively, I think that we continue to just get better and better. I think that we can't drop footballs. Our receivers got to play well. We got to establish some run game. They're really good up front. So we're going to have to do some things to get their eyes in the wrong spot and, move them a little bit with our eyes and we got to make some big plays ourselves.
Yeah.
And don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
I always say that.
And we've done a good job of that.
We have done a good job of it all year, except for like the Central game.
Yeah.
The Central game, we turned it over. The Vestavia game, we turned it over. Those are 2 losses we have. If we don't turn the ball over, we're usually pretty successful.
And that's the hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sanford Stadium in Auburn, Alabama for tonight's matchup between the Carver Wolverines versus your Auburn High Tigers. Your official stadium time is 6 o'clock. The game will begin in 60 minutes.
From Auburn High School to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, I am DeMarcus Ware, and this is home of the Auburn Tigers. There is nothing like playing for the A. This A. We won't make it easy on you. In our house.
Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. We got to get pressure on the quarterback.
You either got a seat at the table or you're on the menu, baby. Hey!
Give a pregame speech. Right now, I'm going to just tell you that I love every single one of you. We had a great fall camp. Now it's time to go to work. Right? The road to Tuscaloosa starts today. Right? I love every one of you. Play your tails off, no matter what. Right? No matter what.
Start strong, finish stronger, all right? Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. 124.
Make sure you get on this side. Relentless energy, relentless effort, relentless attitude.
Let's go, guys. Hey, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Knee.
Somebody take over. Somebody.
And welcome our Auburn Tigers.
All right, snap here. Brock in the backfield. She's going to take it, rolls out to her left. It's going to be a pitch back. And another pitch back to Catherine Lee here. Lee gets inside the 20. Like to do that. They got 3 in the backfield here again. It's going to be Brock. Hands it off to Lee, going around the left side. They're not going to catch her. That's a touchdown. Catherine Lee, great start for this Auburn Tiger team. She runs around the left side, gets in there, untouched by the Jag defenders. Great touchdown.
Good play call. Just a good outside run play by Lee.
getting a touchdown, going up.
Brock has 2 others in the backfield. She'll take it, lay it off for Palmer. Palmer laterals it again to Marley Hunt. She's going up the sideline. They're not going to catch her. Touchdown, Auburn. That's number 11, That's number 11, Catherine Lee there. I was talking about her speed earlier. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, you see a lot of flickeration, and you see that again right now, which ended up a touchdown by Catherine Lee.
And we got 2 on the top for Auburn. It's going to be Brock with the run around the outside. Pitch back to Jackson. Pitch back to Lee. The double pitch back again. Auburn touchdown, Catherine Lee. That's been working all night. So why stop going to it?
Yeah, you're right, James. Lee with the, I believe, 2nd or 3rd touchdown of the night with the same back-to-back play, the pitch back, double pitch back.
We've seen 1 or 2 different receivers. Sharp with the ball. She's going to throw it again, and it's intercepted. That's number 8, Soraya Booker. She's going around the edge. Touchdown. Pick 6 for Auburn. That's a great read by Soraya Booker, and she takes it all the way for the touchdown.
First interception of the night by the Tigers, which led them to a touchdown by Booker, the senior.
Yep, she's got that speed as well. It's a tip drill for Booker here. Number 3, Tamia Williams, goes up for the catch, but is not able to complete it. And Booker, realizing the ball's in the air, grabs it and takes it home for the Tigers. From Simmons, she's going to go out to the right. Brock, she's got time. There's pressure now. She throws it downfield. It's going to be caught. Anyways, Pearl Simmons again with the touchdown. Hopefully this one stands. But she's been great on this receiving end. Normally see her on defense.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They did the same thing again. And the same exact person for the touchdown.
2 out wide on the right, and then 1 on the left. 3 in the backfield. Kelly in motion. It's going to be the fake handoff from Brock. She's going to throw it to Lee, who gets in there. Touchdown on the heads of the Jaguars defenders. That's a great catch by Lee. The ball. Throws it off to Brock. Brock's got time. A lot of time here. She can do anything. She's got to get rid of it, though. There's pressure now. She's got time to run. She's just standing around in the pocket, throws it, and it's a touchdown to number 17, Marley Hunt. Touchdown, Auburn.
Brock looking like a little bit of Cam Ward right there. You see in Miami how how she walks around, has so much time in the pocket. She's literally playing with them.
Yeah, I think she might have been in the pocket for around like 5 or 10 seconds there. There's so much time. And then still the Jag defense not able to cover Hunt for the touchdown there. Yeah, Tigers 48-0 victory here over the Jaguars. Really comprehensive victory. What do you think about the Tigers offense tonight, Landon?
They just play wonderful all around, offense, defense, and three interceptions with additional 4 or 5 on the offense.
Auburn High School welcomes you to Sanford Stadium, home of the Auburn High School Tigers. Auburn High School values sportsmanship and is committed to maintaining high standards of conduct for wholesome athletic competition. We ask all in attendance at tonight's game to make that your personal responsibility. Thank you for attending tonight's game, and again, welcome to the Duck. Best of luck to our guests from Carver. Enjoy the game, and go Tigers. Here are your probable starters for your Auburn High today. On defense, defensive line, number 0, Colin King. Defensive line, number 99, Carnell Jackson. Defensive line, number 9, Hunter Brown. Defensive end, number 46, Micah Bowersock. Defensive end, number 13, Cameron Creighton. At linebacker, number 3, Greg Williams. At linebacker, number 15, Will Lee. At linebacker, number 11, Aiden Parker. At linebacker, number 25, Alex Gameston. At corner, number 1, BJ McGee. At corner, number 2, Cortez Cooks. At safety, number 4, Isaac Benford. And at safety, number 18, Graham Forthenberg. Now on offense. Offensive line, number 55, Rajon Davidson. Offensive line, number 62, Tucker Alvin. Offensive line, number 68, Ron King. Offensive line, number 64, Jaden Spinks Evans. Offensive line, number 75, Trenton Pritchett. At tight end, number 44, Hampton Jordan. At wide receiver, number 7, Josh Askew. At wide receiver, number 5, Antonio Welch. At wide receiver, number 4, Cash Reed. At wide receiver, number 3, Levi Kelly. At running back, number 0, Jalen Huff. At running back, number 2, J.J. King. At quarterback, number 15, Kason Myers. On special teams, the kicker/punter, number 39, Joseph Daniels. At holder, number 27, Cooper Bailey. And at long snapper, number 86, Oliver Daniel.
winding. You even said that was nothing. I been got ties, you cannot get in. She's just a 5, she cannot get in. I've been putting diamonds on all my friends. First seat ride, got the vibes packed in.
Auburn High School Enterprise, a great day to be an Auburn High Tiger, coming off the best win of our lives against Opelika 17. We're still better than them at everything. Let's go Tigers.
The importance of it, yeah, we're back to work. I took time off, while the rappers got jerked. Due to the fact they whacking their track. Have to go back and stack, cause they lack the ingredients. EP&D and scratch for that. Yo, I'm the hip-hopper, plus the soul shopper. Down with MD, yes, the microphone doctor. One wrecks, the other destroys. And if you think you're ready to mess, kill the noise. We don't play when it's time to slay. I get a cut from my homie, yo, then I lay back and mac and all the rhymes I pack. And wait for a sucker to jump and then attack.
Yeah. Wow.
Will drops back, throws it deep, and it's gonna be caught by Joshua Askew. To the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Omar Matson in for the score.
13 hours till I land, had me out like a light, 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 like a light. Yeah, Pastor Dawson said he sending texts, ain't sending kites. Yeah, he say keep that on like
Omar Matson's gonna score.
Yeah, it's absolute.
$60.
Pulling here, trying to start a fight. Trying to start a fight. You ain't got a chance, boy. What you think? I'm doing everything but the kitchen sink. I try to be feeling in the neighborhood. I know all of the little grannies wanna sip their tea. And here you come, all barging in, all ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip the monologue and the arguing. I'm like, here, trying to start a fight. Here, trying to start a fight. Bang. Pulling here, trying to start it. Pulling here, trying to start it.
Starting with our football seniors, number 1, BJ McGee. Number 3, Levi Kelly. Number 3, Greg Williams. Number 4, Isaac Benford. Number 4, Cash Reef. Number 5, Antonio Welch. Number 7, Joshua Askew. Number 9, Hunter Brown. Number 9, Ben Walker. Number 10, Xavier Ray. Number 11, Aiden Parker. Number 13, Cameron Creighton. Number 15, Will Lee. Number 16, Donovan Wilson. Number 17, Andre Hogan. Number 18, Graham Portherford. Number 24, Landon Walton. Number 25, Alex Gangston. Number 25, Caleb Hicks. Number 26, Trey Smith. Number 27, Cooper Bailey. Number 30, Tucker Till. Number 34, Pierce McDougal. Number 36, Coleman Griffin. Number 37, Ashanti Stroud. Number 39, Joseph Daniel. Number 41, Tristan Nowlin. Number 46, Micah Bowersock. Number 52, Devin Riley. Number 53, Cooper Rickerson. Number 54, Elijah Williams. Number 62, Tucker Alden. Number 64, Jaden Spinks Evans. Number 67, Quinn Eccles. Number 75, Trenton Pritchett. Number 80, Justin Bolton. Number 81, William Cox. Number 86, Oliver Daniel. Number 90, Brennan Barber. Number 97, Trey Ross. Number 98, Amir Delaney. Number 99, Farnell Jackson. Our manager, Andrew Connor. Our student athletic trainers, Hayden Choi, Destiny Murphy, Lucy Rose, and Taylor Simpkins. Our cheerleaders, Wiley Castleberry, Caroline Danicki, Millie Danicki, Katie Fordham, Jamie Johnson, Ella Pierce, Stella Rogers, Emery Slocum, and Addison Turner. Let's give these outstanding seniors a heartfelt round of applause as we thank them for their contributions and wish them all the best in the journey ahead.
From
Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm hustling.
You don't need it, that's tough. That's bad for you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Dr. Kristen Herring, Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, and Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, we welcome you again to Sanford Stadium, home of your Auburn High School Tigers. And get into the Auburn spirit as we continue the hunt for the Alabama 7A State Championship. And now for your pregame entertainment, we present the Auburn High School Marching Band. This time, we would like to recognize the Auburn High School Marching Band Class of 2026. Please join us as we recognize each of these Auburn High School Marching Band seniors. Amelia Akins, Turner Armstrong, Desmond Bob, Araya Bailey, Trip Beasley, Lily Bennett, Ladre Bennett Edwards, Ella Boos, Lucy Brady, A.K. Bronner, Rachel Cleland, Caleb Kaufman, Sawyer Krim, Henry Crowdis, David Dad, Trey Doyle, Ivy Edens, Abriana Grant, Joshua Griffin, Morgan Goolsby, Ashlyn Cricket Hayes, Landry Height, Luke Hill, Miracle Hughley, Mackenzie Hurley, Micaiah Jackson, Harris Jordan, Claire Cahey, Caleb Key, Raina Lee, Ellie Lumpkin, Gabe Mancuso, Annie Marine, Caleb Mayo, Avery Moore, Sean Moran, Peter Mormon, Jackson Mosley, Mitavius Moss, Vivian Myers, Isaiah Nash, Libby Nooney, Aubrey Odom, Bexton Peterson, Millie Reagan, Jeremiah Reese, Olivia Richardson, Tyshawn Rowell, Anna Kate Shutt, Dawson Smith, Fernanda Solis Sobrero, Divi Soji, Emma Stackhouse, Kalia Story, Leah Temeskin, Callan Teak, Reese Thrower, Grace Trawick, Aubrey Tyson, Peyton Whedon, Heian Wu, and George Woods. Please join us once again in congratulating the Auburn High School Marching Band class of 2026. One more round of applause for your Auburn High School Marching Band seniors, class of 2026. Please stand and join us as the band performs the Auburn High School alma mater, conducted by AHS Director of Bands, Miss Deanna Marshall. Marching Band wants to encourage you to visit our concession stands this evening, run by the Auburn Band Boosters Association. All proceeds from the concession stand directly supports the band programs at East Sanford School, Auburn Junior High, and Auburn High School. Speaking of the band program, we want to welcome our special guest this evening, the band students of East Sanford School, the future of the Auburn Band program. Our concession stand specials tonight are Kaneka Dogs. Again, welcome to the Duck, and best of luck to our guests from Carver. Enjoy the game and go Tigers!
captains tonight for Carver is number 3, Zion Crumpton, number 4, Elijah Tarver, number 4, Lamarian Wallace, and number 1, Kamari Jackson. Your captains for your Tigers are number 4, Cash Reef, number 15, Will Lee, number 64, Jaden Spinks Evans, and number 99, Carnell Jackson. Auburn won the toss and has deferred to the second half.
Hello everyone and welcome into Sanford Stadium for this huge matchup between the Auburn High Tigers and the Carver Wolverines. James, how are we doing tonight?
Doing great, Reese. This is a big time matchup between the Carver Wolverines and Auburn Tigers. Expect some big names tonight. It should be a great football game.
Yeah, great football game, like you said, indeed. Both teams have pretty good resumes so far this season. Carver coming in here 5-2 on the season. Auburn coming in 6-2. Carver will get the ball first, so we will get to see quarterback Zion Crumpton start with the ball. And James, what do you have on Zion Crumpton?
Yeah, Zion Crumpton's he's committed to Mississippi State as a wide receiver. He's really athletic, so he plays quarterback for this team. He's really elusive, really athletic. Finds ways to move the ball downfield with either with his legs or finding those wide receivers. But look to them to read a lot of these read option plays with their running back Elijah Tarver. He's their workhorse running back there. But yeah, they love to run the ball, but it all starts with the big quarterback Zion Crumpton. We get to see him in a couple minutes here.
Yeah, and last week Carver put up a lot of points on offense, but was not able to get the job done. Lost to Central 58-35 last week. And Auburn coming off of a big win 38-0, and we are ready now as Joseph Daniel going to kick this one off, and it will land in the back of the end zone, so Carver will get the ball first. But like I mentioned, Auburn coming off that big win 38-0, losing to Central previously in their last home matchup. James, what did you like from Auburn last week?
Yeah, Casey Myers, I mean, he was the key to that game, and he really stepped up. You know, struggling against Central, a really good Central defense, but Casey Myers bounced back last week, had a great offensive performance leading this team, and this defense left off right where another shutout, and now they're adding Greg Williams back to this lineup that was already so stout. So look for this defense to continue what they've been doing all season, dominating.
Yeah, and Auburn's defense so far has been able to stop the run game a lot. The pass game is the weak point, but we'll see what Carver has going for him on this first play. A man in motion. Crumpton going to hand this one off now. Man to the outside, Greg Williams missed the tackle, and he's going to get down out of bounds near the first down marker. Great run to start this game for this Carver team, and Tarver with a big run.
Yeah, big outside run. Great read by Crumpton, letting Tarver Get his feet under him at explosive speed and sets up a second short.
Yeah, Crumpton so far looks pretty good all season. The last game, even against Central when they lost, looked pretty good. And looked like some motion maybe early on in this play. We'll see if it's a false start, and it will be. So it's like a bit of movement there early on in that before that play started. So gonna move the Wolverines back a few yards. But yeah, I mean, we've seen this when teams come into Duck Sanford Stadium. A lot of penalties early on in the game, and Carver cannot let that get to him. Gonna have to just move on now after this play and hope for the best.
Now they're real drive killers down the stretch. You know, you get a positive play and then the penalty just resets all of that.
It's now 2nd and 8 for the Wolverines. See Tarver moving in motion. Gonna hand it off to Tarver yet again. He's gonna go up the middle. He's gonna pick up a few yards there. Brought down by basically that whole Tigers defensive line. It's now 3rd and medium for the Wolverines.
Yeah, we've only seen runs from the Wolverines. Expect a more aggressive play call here. Maybe Crumpton getting outside. His arm do a little bit of the work here. 3rd and 5.
Yeah, this Carver team can really score a lot of points, so Auburn's defense is going to have to be looking out tonight. This Carver team loves to do a lot of things. Going to be another handoff to Tarver. He's going to be brought down by Carnell Jackson. Huge tackle. That's going to be a 4th and 3. Picked up 2 was Tarver. But we'll see if the Wolverines, they are going to bring out their special teams unit. Not going to risk going for it early on in this game. But first drive, the Tigers they force a 3 and out.
Yeah, not very aggressive play calling from the Carver Wolverines there that first drive. Penalty set him back a little bit, but a great tackle from Carnell Jackson right there on that 3rd down, forcing the punt. We get to see this Tigers offense out here soon.
And now your return man, Cash Reef, back there to corral this one. And Reef's going to have a chance to return this one. He's going to go to the outside near the 40-yard line, and he's going to get brought down. Great special teams coverage there by the Wolverines. So now we're going to get a chance to see Kason Myers and this Auburn Tiger offense come out on the field. Kason Myers last week, 25 for 35, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Had his longest throw was 31 yards, and a great performance by Kason Myers. A bounce-back game after struggling against a Central defense that we, felt like we overlooked going in that matchup against Central, the last home game that the Tigers had. And Kason Myers really shined last week against Smith Station.
Yeah, hoping just to build up that confidence, that he lost during Central. Look for us to just really take part of these weak Carver-Montgomery defense moving back here. But all season they've given up a lot of points. If the Tigers offense can be on their game tonight, put up a lot of points.
Yeah, and you saw last week Myers was able to get it to a lot of different receivers. Josh Waskey had 4 receptions for 59 yards. B.J. Collins, 6 receptions for 45 yards. Antonio Welch had 9 receptions for 139 yards. That's one of those big games we saw. It's going to be a screen pass here to Welch to the outside near the 40-yard line. He's going to cut up and get a first down. Auburn already moving the chains here early on in this drive.
Yeah, Antonio Welch coming off, as you said, 139-yard, 3-touchdown performance. Getting to him quick. Love that play call.
It's a great early play call from the Tigers. Myers going to drop back to throw here. He's going to try to find a man open. It's towards Reef. Reef's going to catch it near the 40-yard line. He's going to make a man miss. He's going to cut upfield to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Looks like he's going to step out of bounds, actually. So it will not be a touchdown. But it looks like the officials will mark him down back there. Maybe, let's see what it is. Yeah, it looks like they'll mark him down near the 35-yard line because it did kind of look like his foot maybe grazed that white line.
Man, thought he was gone there for a second, but great job by this offensive line, giving Myers time to deliver that ball to Reef.
Yeah, that's a great pass almost. Kason Myers, but just could not come up with it. It was Antonio Welch, the intended receiver.
Just got to see that ball in. Welch knew he had green grass in front of him. Just got a little too antsy there.
And right now, it's like Auburn gonna start here. I don't know what's going on. The chain guy back there for the first down is all the way behind near the 40-yard line. Looks like they're gonna move Auburn up. So maybe a penalty or something.
Kason Myers has been back here empty to start the game.
We've
really
seen
aggressive.
it a lot.
Yeah. He can get his arm going.
Myers gonna run up the middle. Gonna have blockers, but he's gonna be brought down. Bunch of Carver defenders right on him. Kobe Jackson with the tackle.
Picks up 2 yards. Stop by number 15.
And so far, this Auburn team going hurry up. And like you said, the empty set, we've seen that already to start this game. And Myers going to throw this one to Hampton Jordan, the big tight end for the Tigers. And Jordan going to make a few men miss. Looks like he's going to pick up the first down. There's a late flag coming in after the play, and it looks like it's going to be a holding on the Tigers. So some great blocking for Hampton Jordan. We usually don't call his name a lot, but Hampton Jordan last week had his only reception was 3 yards, and you saw right there, little screen pass to basically like one of those side passes, maybe almost a wheel route to Hampton Jordan, and he was able to catch it, but the holding's going to bring the Tigers back.
Yeah, if we can get Hampton Jordan in this passing game also. Hampton Jordan's kind of a hard person to bring down, all 6'6", 250 pounds of him, but Casey Myers empty again back here in the backfield.
Myers going to check this one down to his receiver, Antonio Welch. Going to pick up a few yards there. It's going to be a 3rd down for the Tigers. Looks like a 3rd and 4. It's going to be a 3rd and 5, actually. So Auburn trying to score here, getting near the red zone. And, that Cash Reef, you look back at that Cash Reef, almost scored, stepped out of bounds, just grazed his foot on that white paint. If he did not do that, Auburn would be up 7-0 right now. So Myers with the empty set yet again. Myers going to throw another screen pass to Welch. Welch is going to cut upfield. He has blockers. Welch going to cut across the field to the 10, to the end zone. Antonio Welch in for the first score of the night for the Tigers.
We saw that play earlier this drive. It's the first play we ran. Ran on the other side of the field. Antonio Welch had blockers. Beat out the rest of the defenders for 6 points for the Auburn Tigers offense. Rolling early.
Great score for the Tigers to start this game, getting the momentum on that home crowd side. And now Joseph Daniel to attempt the PAT. And the kick is up and through, so the Tigers are ahead early, 7-0 against the Carver Wolverines. James, great first drive. What did you like from quarterback Casey Myers?
Yeah, it was really interesting. You see here, this is the touchdown play. Watch these 3 receivers right here pick up the defensive backs and blocked. Antonio Welch has got that breakaway speed, makes a couple people miss, lets them do the rest. But I love Keith Etheridge's play calls, just getting the ball in the playmakers' hands, letting them do the rest. Casey Myers getting it to him quick. You see these 3 blocks. Cash Reef with a heck of a block. And Welch beats out the rest of the Carver defenders. But yeah, Reese, this drive, Keith Etheridge just going really tempo with it. Never really went into the huddle. Hurry up offense the whole time. We never ran a run play. Getting Casey Myers' arm was the key to this game. And great drive from Auburn.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, like, early on in this game, Auburn's defense was able to get the stop, but we saw also coming in this game, Carver's defense has not been very good, and Auburn capitalizing off of that early with the Joshua Askew score. But Auburn going to kick it away for the 2nd time tonight, and the kick is going to sail to the back of the end zone. So Carver, Zion Crumpton in the Carver offense, going to get to come back out here again. It wasn't a bad first drive. The penalty kind of set him back. Felt like the momentum could have kept going if that penalty didn't happen. And James, what are you looking forward to seeing from Zion Crumpton on this 2nd drive for the Wolverines?
Yeah, I feel like you got to pass it. You got to get the pass game going. This Auburn defense has not allowed any rushing yards this whole entire season, so they know what they've got ahead of them. These DBs, Cortez Cooks, B.J. McGee, Graham Fordhofer, they're all over the place, but I think you got to get some quick screens or something rolling for this Carver offense.
Yeah, weird set here. Crumpton going to fake the handoff. He is going to throw this one. Going to try to find a man. Crumpton's going to run with it. He's going to be brought down. Colin King with a huge tackle for loss.
My goodness.
No, it actually looks like he will gain a yard on that.
Pocket collapsed. Crumpton had nowhere to go. See Big Z over here. Colin King in the backfield. Boom, able to bring him down. Great job again by this Auburn defensive line, just being everywhere all at once.
Yeah, he did gain a yard on that last play. I thought he got nothing, maybe even lost a yard, but Crumpton able to get ahead of the sticks there and get past the line of scrimmage for a yard.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like some movement from the Tigers defensive line. Carnell Jackson We saw him have trouble against Central with that. Had 2 offsides penalties and now another penalty on the senior Carnell Jackson.
He's getting a little too antsy. He wants to get back there quick. But man, those 2 big defensive linemen up there, Colin King, Carnell Jackson, I mean, that tandem up front for a quarterback, I would guess that's one of their biggest nightmares, you know, having 2 of them coming at you.
Yeah, I mean, those big nose tackles, and there's a big run. And he's going to be able to break the tackle. Is Tarver. He's going to get a first down. But as you mentioned, James, you saw big Carnell Jackson wrap his body around Tarver, but Tarver able to elude that and get the first down.
Yeah, right here. Carnell Jackson getting double teamed, still able to get hands on him. Tarver breaks the tackle, but then the return of Greg Williams. He's back. Brings him down.
Yeah, and Carnell Jackson and Colin King kind of remind me of 2 Auburn University alums, Marlon Davidson and Derek Brown. Both big guys, were able to get stops like that even when they were double teamed, and great players on this Auburn defense. Tarver going to get the handoff here. He's going to make a few men miss, but Carnell Jackson and Aiden Parker there yet again, just getting a big stop.
Just swallowing up this run game. It started with Greg Williams on the blitz. Tarver had to see right here. Greg Williams getting there. Wasn't able to finish the tackle, but then Carnell Jackson.
Forcing that pressure for
Tarver
to get outside. And
this defensive line is just unstoppable right now.
Yeah, you saw Colin King too coming in there at the end. Another blitz here for the Tigers. Crumpton going to have to find someone open. He's going to run to the outside. He's running all over the backfield, slipping. He's going to make a man miss. He's going to throw this one downfield, and it's going to be incomplete. Great footwork there by Zion Crumpton, but a little scary as Carver almost got a sack.
Wrecking havoc again, bringing the pressure. Greg Williams, just a pesky defender being all over him. Crumpton showing that athletic ability, able to stay up. That ball was just nowhere close to his receiver. This Carver offense really struggling.
Yeah, I feel like if Auburn's able to get pressure on the quarterback, it's going to be a long night for the other team, and so far we've seen that.
Yeah.
So 3rd and really long here for the Wolverines.
Look for Greg Williams and Aiden Parker blitzing right here.
Crumpton going to try to find a man open deep. He's going to find a man open in the middle, but it's incomplete. Great pass break up there for the Tigers. So the punting unit gonna come out for the Wolverines.
That big hit was from Eli Scott, the defensive lineman. Playing some coverage. Boom! Able to break up that pass.
Like you said, James, Greg Williams bringing the pressure, was just a little bit late, but it almost came up with another sack.
Yeah, it shows you the depth of this Auburn defense, you know. Star players from Carnell Jackson to Greg Williams, but then you got Eli Scott making plays all over the field. You can see this Auburn offense.
And now Cash Reef called that fair catch, so we'll get to see the Auburn offense again. Casey Myers last drive did the hurry up, threw that screen pass touchdown to Antonio Welch. So we'll see what the Auburn offense has in store in the second drive. And we've seen the empty set from the Tigers so far. Looks like we're not going to see it to start this drive. Jaden King going to be in at running back. Last week had a great game, 3 carries, 17 yards, and 2 receptions for 24 yards, so not too bad. Casey Myers going to throw this one, but it's going to be a fumble.
Oh.
And we'll see. The Wolverines do have it at the end of the play, and you saw that late hit. There is a man down, but you saw that late hit at the end, and Myers just could not hold on to the ball, so it's going to be a turnover.
Myers, number 2, just pushes Trenton Pritchett into Casey Myers, fumbling it. Those are costly turnovers you can't have.
Yeah, big Jason Crenshaw coming in there from linebacker, showing the blitz, and just a great hit on Casey Myers. And that's one of those like the 2019 Cam Newton hit where he just like broke his shoulder basically. That was a tough hit.
Yeah, that's really costly, just switching sides of the field.
So now the Wolverines and Zion Crumpton going to come back out on the field with momentum now nearing the Tigers' red zone.
I would expect them to give this ball to Tarver. Every play, he's their workhorse.
Man in motion. Crumpton going to draw back. Has pressure, going to throw this one up the middle, and it's going to be incomplete. There is a late flag coming in at the end, so we'll see who it's on. It probably will be holding on the Wolverines. Be holding on the Wolverines, so penalty backs them up a few yards, so we'll be replay a first down, but tough break for Carver. You know, got the ball at the 25-yard line, now going to move it back 10 more yards near the 35, so this Carver team going to have to do something to get in field goal range and also get on the board. It's now going to be a 1st and 20 here for Zion Crumpton and the Wolverines offense. Ton of men in motion at the top of your screen. Crumpton going to pitch this one to Tarver. Tarver going to go up the middle for a few yards. He's going to be brought down by a sea of Tigers defenders. Like big Colin King getting in there yet again.
Yeah, I want you to watch Colin King right here, number 0, just dragging his offensive lineman with him all the way to the tackle. Colin King just fighting through that offensive lineman, able to bring him down. Just shows the toughness and grittiness of this Auburn defensive line.
Yeah, Colin King, only a junior on this defensive line, who has a lot of, actually this defense, who has a lot of leadership and seniors.
Yeah, he's got a bright future.
So now the Wolverines at the 29-yard line here, 2nd and 15. Crumpton gonna hand this one off to Tarver yet again. He's gonna be brought down by Colin King. Another big tackle. Looks like he's gonna lose a yard on that play, so they're gonna be backed up to the 31-yard line.
Yeah, you see Cortez Cooks had the blitz here. That drew the tackle's attention. Aiden Parker getting back there, but it's Colin King finishing off the tackle again. We've called his name a couple of times.
It's now gonna be 3rd and really long here for the Wolverines. It's gonna be a long way to the sticks. And this crowd getting really noisy on 3rd and long. See what Zion Crumpton and the Wolverines offense has. So the running back in the backfield is Tarver, so still has the run option, but Crumpton gonna throw this one. Crumpton gonna try to find a man open. He's going to be incomplete on that one. Tough throw. Looked a little bit overthrown at the end of that play, but we'll see if Carver's gonna keep their offense on the field or are they gonna bring in the field goal unit.
Man, Crumpton had a ton of time on this throw. Just wasn't able to connect with his receiver. He had him there too. Just not the best ball, but yeah, we'll see if looks like they're gonna leave their offense out there. Pretty aggressive.
Maybe one of those situations where you go ahead and just punt it. You might use Crumpton as just a spy or something, and they might just end up punting it. Now they're gonna go for it here. Crumpton gonna drop back. He's gonna find a man wide open, but it's incomplete. He had 2 men open. Would have been a first down, but Auburn's defense gets the big stop.
Yeah, that's Graham Fordhofer right there. You said it, Reese. 2 receivers wide open. Left side of the field, Graham Fordhofer just coming in. Great stop by him. Crumpton put a little too much under that ball. He's got to throw that on the line to get his receivers quicker, but great job by Fordhofer.
I'm not even sure if he knew who he was going to throw it to there.
Yeah, he had 2 guys right there.
Now Auburn's offense going to come back out after the costly turnover, but led to no points. So Myers going to draw back here. He's going to step on the pocket. He's going to throw downfield. It's going to be incomplete.
Myers' pass falls incomplete. Intended target was number 7, Josh Askew.
Pass intended to Joshua Askew, one of the fastest guys on this team. 4 receptions last week, like we mentioned, and 59 yards on those receptions.
Yeah.
Trying to get it Askew to start this drive.
Yeah, we love running those little package screen plays to him and Welch. Those jet sweeps, just speedy receivers out wide. Love getting the playmakers the ball.
So now 2nd and 10 here for the Tigers. Gonna hand this one off. He's gonna be brought down. That Carver defensive line ready for that run. And Jaden King with the run. He's going to pick up 2 on that run, but now Auburn going the hurry up. Empty set here for Casey Myers. He got everybody on the line to jump.
Penalty on before the snap.
And 3rd and 3 now for the Tigers. Going to move the ball up near the 40-yard line in their own territory.
Great job by the offensive line. I knew the hard count was coming. Just takes everything in him not to even flinch.
Myers going to take it himself, but he's going to be brought down. Not the best of play calls there. Myers just ran to the outside and got nowhere. Brought down by that Carver defense.
It looks like he was a little speed option designed run, but as you said it, Reese, this Carver defensive line was all over him, read it like a book, and forcing the Auburn punt.
Now Joseph Daniel going to be back there to punt this ball away. And Auburn, 2 drives after that first opening score have not really looked good. The turnover and then mistake there on 3rd and 3. So now Daniel going to punt this one away. A great punt it is. It will be returnable, but it looks like Carver going to let this one bounce. And is going to be corralled by the Auburn special teams at the 20-yard line. So we will see Zion Crumpton and the Carver Wolverines come out yet again. Last drive had the ball in Tiger territory, but just kind of sputtered at the end and could not get a score. And Zion Crumpton had a guy open on 4th and 17, but was just not able to find his man.
Yeah, just missed him. It's a game of inches. If that ball was placed maybe a little bit lower, might have been able to get a first down or even take it to the house. But see what Crumpton and this offense has going for him this drive.
It's going to start from the 20-yard line here is the Wolverines. Tarver in motion in the backfield. Going to fake the handoff. Crumpton going to find a man open, but it's incomplete yet again. And that's another missed opportunity for this Carver team where they have a man wide open. It's either incomplete or overthrown. And this Carver team really got to capitalize off that.
Yeah, it looks like it was a drop from Mekhi Williams. Crumpton looks like he put it right where it needed to be. But yeah, this offense is nowhere to be found right now. Got to get something going.
It's a 2nd and 10 for the Wolverines after that missed catch right there for the Wolverines. See what Crumpton's got on 2nd down. So Crumpton going to fake, or he is going to hand this one off to Tarver this time. Tarver's going to go up the middle, or go up the side for a few yards, but he's going to be brought down by that Tigers defense.
You know, coming into this game, Scott Goolsby and this defense definitely were game planning for this run. We see it right here. Little outside run. Greg Williams, first guy to get there. Carnell Jackson finished him off, but this Tigers defense not letting Carver get any of these rushing yards early.
Yeah, so Carver yet again faced with a 3rd and long, either in their own territory, they were in Auburn's territory earlier on 4th and long. So we'll see what the Wolverines can do, but so far have not been able to convert. Crumpton puts a man in motion. Crumpton going to drop back to pass here. Has a lot of pressure. And Crumpton's going to be brought down by Greg Williams with the sack. Big sack by Greg Williams.
Yeah, he's back. Number 3, Greg Williams. Been doing it all year. Just outruns number 54, the left guard. Greg Williams, just a heat-seeking missile off the edge, able to bring down the elusive Crumpton. This Tigers defense stops him on 3rd down once again.
So now the Wolverines, we've seen this before this season. We saw it in the first game. There's a blocked punt near the end zone, and Cam Creighton was able to get it for the first touchdown of the season, but this one will not be blocked. Almost ran to the kicker at the end, but Reef will be able to get this one. And Reef going to make a few men miss, but he's going to be brought down behind the 40-yard line. Looks like the 43. So Auburn going to start in great field position, but so far the Tigers have not been able to move the ball the last 2 drives, but we'll see what Casey Myers can do.
Yeah, that first drive, you know, didn't run the ball once, went empty, let Casey Myers get it to the playmakers. And then the last 2 drives, we kind of went away from that besides the turnover, but I'd like to see more of that. Looks like we're lining up here. Could be the screenplay right here again to Antonio Welch.
Myers empty set. Myers going to run it up the middle himself. Actually going to throw this one down the field. It's going to be caught by Joshua Askew for a touchdown. Wide open man. Auburn extends their lead 13-0 on the Joshua Askew touchdown.
My goodness, what a play from Casey Myers. It was the same play as earlier that we scored on with Antonio Welch. But Antonio, watch a little decoy there. You know, Casey Myers, pump fake, steps up in the pocket, delivers a dime to Askew down the field.
Yeah, sure faked me out there. I was
Yeah.
Like, he's going to throw that one to the line to Welch, and then all of a sudden, boom, downfield. Now Joseph Daniel to attempt the PAT. And it is up and through. So the Tigers expand their lead to 14 now after a great drive to start.
Yeah, you see right here, Welch right there, steps up in the pocket, great pocket awareness. Delivers a great ball to Askew, puts it right where it needs to be, in stride. 6 points for the Tigers and a quick 14-0 lead in this first quarter.
Yeah, first quarter winding down, so Auburn already looking decent in this first quarter. After those 2 drives we saw, like you mentioned, Auburn was not able to move it much. The fumble and then just the miscue on the last drive, and then right there, Casey Myers showing us his arm with a great touchdown pass to Joshua Askew. So Auburn going to kick it away now for the 3rd time tonight. And Carver, you wonder now, this Carver offense that we've been talking about and how they're so good, they have not shown much. It looks like Zion Crumpton's had trouble against a tough secondary in the Auburn Tigers, but we'll see what Zion Crumpton has the remainder of this first quarter. Daniels kicks that one away. Will be returnable. Carver's going to try to return this one. Going to the outside to the 20, to the 30. Going to make a few men miss. He's going to be brought down. Looks like the 31, 32-ish yard line.
Yeah, returning that is their quarterback, Zion Crumpton. You know, he's kind of their heart and soul of this team. I think early we kind of punched him in the mouth with, you know, being able to stop the run. That's Carver's bread and butter all season. Having to switch it up and try to go to the pass, they don't really feel as comfortable with that, but Auburn just suffocating this run game right now, just putting the pressure on this Carver team to make big plays down the field.
And there was a penalty there, so Carver will move back. And you don't want that if you're the Wolverines, and they're moving way back. Looks like about the 8-yard line. So Carver going to start the ball here deep in their own territory. With just 1:14 in this first quarter. And there was a flag there. Looks like Auburn gonna get the Wolverines to move. That defense kind of faked them out. So that's gonna move the ball back even further to the 4-yard line now.
Yeah, just shifting that defensive line. Create some confusion on that offensive line, and just any little bit of a fidget, draw the flag every time.
So now let's do this again on first down. 1st and 14 for the Wolverines and Zion Crumpton.
I would expect Scott Goolsby to definitely bring the pressure here, bringing these linebackers all over Crumpton.
Now Crumpton going to throw a screen pass to the outside. It's going to be caught. He's going to make a few minutes. It looks like it's going to be incomplete at the end. Alec Gamson wrapped him up, but looks like they will rule that one incomplete. Just a little bit too low. We've seen a lot of inaccuracy from Zion Crumpton tonight.
Yeah, Crumpton has not been able to find one of his receivers yet tonight. Whether it's an overthrow or an underthrow or just not even a catchable ball, Crumpton's got to get that momentum going with his arm.
So now 2nd and 14 for the Wolverines at their own 4-yard line. See, there is a running back in the backfield. That is Tarver. Gonna hand it off. He's gonna be brought down.
My goodness, Greg Williams just lurking back there. Shoots up the gap, brings down Tarver.
It's gonna be a 3rd and really long here.
See right here, Greg Williams just lurking, shoots that gap, brings down Tarver. He's a menace for this defense.
Yeah, Carver lucky it wasn't a safety, because if Tarver was maybe right there in that blue, Greg Williams would have had that safety. It's going to be a 3rd and extremely long now for the Wolverines as this first quarter's nearing its end. Backed up at the 1-yard line. And he's going to get a fumble. And Crumpton going to have to make a few moves. He's just going to throw this one deep. going to be incomplete. But we'll see if it's going to be intentional grounding. Looks like there was an eligible receiver, but Crumpton lucky that was not a safety.
Yeah, just dropped the snap. Again, Greg Williams is back there, creating the pressure. Was able to get rid of it, but man, this Carver team has little to no positive yards on offense. Got to get something going. If Crumpton's your playmaker, then Crumpton's got to connect with these receivers, get him outside scrambling. This run game has been nowhere.
Great punt there from the Wolverines. It will be returnable for Cash Reef. Cash Reef going to go to the outside near the 30-yard line. Going to get a blocker, but he's going to be brought down just beyond the 30-yard line. Another great special teams coverage from the Wolverines as this first quarter's nearing its end. So Auburn's offense will start in excellent field position on this next drive. Quarterback Casey Myers last drive threw that deep ball to Joshua Askew for the touchdown, and so far in this first quarter, the Auburn offense has looked pretty good. Looks how you would expect against a team like Carver.
Most definitely. Executing on all cylinders so far. Casey Myers has looked great.
Myers going to throw this one, and it's going to be complete to Antonio Welch. He's going to make a man miss. He's going to make a more man miss to the 20. He's going to be brought down out of bounds. And that will end the first quarter. So at the end of your first quarter, Auburn up 14-0 against the Carver Wolverines, and this Tigers offense rolling early. But don't go away, folks. When we come back, we'll have second quarter action.
And we've got a lot of great games going on across the state right now, so let's take a look first in our top left on the 6-box. Thompson and Hoover, that's a big game in Region 3. The Thompson Warriors were actually down momentarily. You just see a long kick right there, and it's good for Hoover. They take the lead 10-7. They had a rushing touchdown to start after a beautiful kickoff return, and then Trent Seaborg ran it in for a touchdown there. So this is big for depending on who's going to play Auburn in the second round. Let's go next to a WOTM in the game of the week there. Central versus Opelika. The Red Devils, Bobby Coleman on the run, threw a dime in the end zone, but the Bulldogs defense has gotten stops. They've gotten the ball back. They need to put in a touchdown here if they want to win. Moving now down to Enterprise, the Wildcats up on the Jaguars of Jag, 14-0. Some other games going on around the area. Vestavia Hills whooping the Tuscaloosa County Wildcats. They're up 28-0. And Lee Scott still tied with Glenwood 0-0 and Fairhope Dabney 7-7. We'll get you back for second quarter action with Reese Kinder and James Tippins right now.
Well, thank you, Tripp, for that update of the live-looking games. You know, big playoff implications, James, for these next few weeks. And Carver and Auburn in that playoff conversation. If Auburn wins tonight, they lock up that 2 seed in Region 2 7A. So we'll see what happens tonight. It looks like some movement. And it looks like it will be an offsides on the Wolverines as Auburn's going to continue to move this ball forward. But yeah, like I mentioned, if Auburn wins tonight, they lock up the number 2 seed. And last year, that 10-0 season from Coach Keith Etheridge. This year, some struggles against the bigger teams like Central and Vestavia Hills, but Auburn potentially has a chance to rematch against Vestavia Hills that first-round game.
Yeah, I think Etheridge just wants to take one game at a time, win this one, go on to the next.
Yeah, and Welch to the outside there with a big screen pass and then gets a run after, so he's going to get the Tigers close to that end zone.
Yeah, great job by Myers. Pulling the guard out wide, getting the block. Trent Pritchett. Then Welch getting us down to the 3-yard line, hoping to punch it in here.
Now 1st and 3, 1st and goal here. Myers going to run this one up the middle. He's going to get a few blockers. He's going to go into the end zone. In case Myers gets into the end zone on that score. So the Tigers expand their lead to 20 now. Extra point would make it 21. And great job by that Tigers offensive line there. Kept pushing Casey Myers and got him past the plane.
Yeah, Hampton Jordan there in motion. Getting some blocks. Tucker Aubin up front. Following the center, that's what Casey Myers was doing. Breaking the plane.
Now Joseph Daniel to attempt the PAT, and it is up and through. So the Tigers expand their lead 21-0, courtesy of a Kason Myers 3-yard rushing touchdown. So far Auburn's offense looking good, looking poised to start this game. James, what does Carver have to do to get back in this game?
Yeah, Carver's got to get something going. You know, Zion Crumpton, really athletic kid, we mentioned earlier, 3-star committed to Mississippi State. He's the most athletic player on their team. I think you just got to let the playmakers play. You know, that's what Auburn's been doing so far, letting Antonio Welch and Joshua Askew run with the ball. But if that's Crumpton design runs or giving the ball to their workhorse running backs, Elijah Tarver, they got to get something going because as of late, they've had nothing on offense.
This Carver team, I mean, I'm really shocked because all we talked about in the preparation this week was just how Carver, you know, the offense is so good, high-powered offense. They scored 35 against the Red Devils last week, and so far have just not shown anything. And Carver still has a chance to get back in this game, only the second quarter, but we'll see what the Wolverines have in store for the rest of this game. And Joseph Daniel kicks that one away, and that's going to go to the back of the end zone yet again. So this Auburn defense, who has done an excellent job at covering the run game and the pass game so far, is coming back out. And James, this Auburn defense, just tell us a little bit about what you've seen.
Yeah, Reese, crediting what you were saying earlier about how dominant this Carver offense has been during the season, I think that just credits how good Auburn's defense has been. You know, one of the best in 7A football, in my opinion. Hits you from every area of the football field, from the secondary and the safeties to these linebacking core from Greg Williams, Aiden Parker, Will Lee, Alex Gampston, and then this front with edge rushers, Eli Scott, Cardinal Jackson. They just hit you from everywhere and really just suffocated what is a really good Carver offense and their run game, able to game plan for that, but a lot more from this Auburn defense.
Yeah, Crumpton just looked like that ball was too hard. Looked like it was thrown too fast right there. Intended receiver for the Wolverines was Ray, Darian Ray. Almost caught that ball, but it was just like right off his face mask. And I mean, you see again, Crumpton not able to find those receivers. He's just had a lot of miscommunication, I feel like, and those balls deep downfield have just not been where he wants them.
Yeah, this Auburn defense has done a really good job of getting back there quick. So if they're doing that, I think you just got to do some quick dump-off passes for Crumpton to get his arm going.
And Crumpton going to roll out. He's going to find a man almost open down the field again. That was in triple coverage. And that one, that's a dangerous pass yet again. And I don't think Crumpton has completed one yet tonight. It's going to be a 3rd and long now for the Wolverines.
AC right here, rolling out to his right. DB's doing a great job. Isaac Benford breaking that one up. Senior night showing out.
And you can't throw that one right there. You see triple coverage. BJ McGee was lurking there in the front. And then Isaac Benford, like you said, broke that up.
Yeah, it was definitely not the read. If I'm Carver, I really want Crumpton to just be athletic. Take it off with his legs. Arm's not working right now.
Now Crumpton going to draw back to pass. He's going to try to step up in the pocket. And he's going to be brought down. A huge tackle. Huge sack for Greg Williams. I mean, coming back off the injury, and he's just showing out.
Man, he sure is back like he's never left. Old Greg Williams. Colin King forcing him out. Greg Williams just shoestring sack. Calling his name again. It's his first sack of the night. Second tackle for a loss. That puts Carver in the negatives for total offensive yards this first half. Not what you want to see.
So now the punting unit coming back out yet again for this Wolverines team. And I mean, this, if you look at Carver's offensive performances the past few weeks, you don't usually see this, and this will be returnable.
Oh.
Almost a muff punt there. Joshua Askew was returning that, and very dangerous, but able to get back on it. But Auburn going to start in great field position yet again. So now we're going to see the Carver defense come out. They have not had any answers for Auburn's high-powered offense so far. And if you look at it this season, Auburn's only, like, their 2 worst games were Central 36-0, the only shutout of the season, and then they lost to Vestavia 42-14. So those 2 games were just really bad offensive performances, but so far tonight, the Tigers have been able to do good. See a man in motion, Cash Reef. Giving another screen pass, Joshua Askew, but he bounces off of Cash Reef, and looks like he's just going to pick up a yard or two.
Great job by Kendarius Reynolds there. Senior safety. Just bouncing off the Cash Reef block. Able to bring him down, but going empty again. Casey Myers. You know, Reese, talking about those losses. The key factor in those losses was Casey Myers was not in a rhythm. In both those games, he really struggled. Casey Myers, the key to this game, you know, that's very simple to say that, the quarterback being the key to the game, but it really, truly is. With Casey Myers is rolling, this whole Tigers offense is rolling.
You see Jaden King there. Haven't heard his name much tonight, but got a few yards on that carry. So it's going to be a 3rd and medium now for the Tigers. But yeah, like you mentioned, James, I mean, we've seen Casey Myers play his best. We've seen him play his worst. But this guy just keeps coming back and showing us why he is the quarterback that Coach Etheridge loves, and loves the system that he's running. And I feel like Casey Myers, if he's able to be good in this playoffs coming up, this Auburn team can make a deep run. And Myers going to have some pressure. He's going to run this one to the 40. Oh, the man. Just a great athletic play. There will be a flag coming in late. We'll see what the call is, but Casey Myers showing the athleticism there.
My goodness.
On that hurdle. Coach Etheridge obviously upset with whatever the call is here. He's staring down the officials. Looks like the flag will be waved off, so Casey Myers will pick up that first down, but heck of a play, like we mentioned, from Casey Myers, just that hurdle.
Yeah, it started with the blitz, linebacker straight up the gun. Myers able to feel that pressure, and then goes right over number 11. Casey Myers showing flashes. Josh Allen, that's what I see from him right there. Really athletic kid.
Now Tigers at the 38-yard line in Carver territory. See the man in the backfield there, Jaden King, in at running back. So no empty set here for the Tigers.
Got B.J. Collins on an island down here.
Gonna hand this one off to King. King gonna go the outside near the 30-yard line. He's gonna pick up a lot on that run. And this run game for the Tigers starting to get going. And you wonder now, is Carver's defense getting tired?
Yeah, I think Coach Etheridge is definitely just leaning on this Auburn defense. You know, you got to win. You got to win the run game. You got to win the time of possession if you want to win ball games, and I think that's what he's leaning on here, giving the ball to Jaden King, but showing flashes of everything so far, kind of just flexing on him.
Yeah, so now 2nd and medium for the Tigers. Gonna hand this one off yet again to King. King gonna pick up, see if he picks up that first down. Might be marked short. We'll see the official spot of the ball. Looks like it is going to be a first down, so they will move the chains. Jaden King picks up that first down.
Confusion there with the chain gang. Get everybody reset.
Yeah, so now the Tigers able to reset it. And Auburn trying to get up 28-0 here in the second quarter. Myers going to drop back to throw. He has a lot of pressure. Myers going to fire up the middle. It is caught for a touchdown. Great catch by Antonio Welch. Another touchdown pass caught by Antonio Welch. Joseph Daniel to attempt the PAT. So it's up and through, so it's 28-0 for the Tigers after the Joshua Askew.
Yeah, you see right here, Casey Myers just able to stay in the pocket. You know, that takes guts with the defense bearing down you and still able to make a great throw, a little off balance. But yeah, Askew downfield again. That's the second one of the night. Right here again, Myers should be able to stay in the pocket. Deliver a strike to Askew. Tigers offense just punching Carver in the mouth right now.
Yeah, Askew so fast you couldn't even tell which number it was. It was either Welch or Askew. I mean, they so far tonight, both players have just done outstanding. We saw Welch start the game off with the touchdown, and Askew 2 touchdowns already tonight receiving, and both of them have been deep balls from Casey Myers. So the Tigers expand their lead 28-0 with 7 minutes to go here in the second quarter. So now Joseph Daniel gonna boot this one away, and Carver already down 20-0, and looks like they're kind of demoralized on that Carver sideline. Coming in here, a lot of hype for this Carver team, who coming up on the schedule, not very easy. They have the Opelika Bulldogs next week, and then they end their season off with Saraland. Saraland, not a bad team. Neither's Opelika, so this Carver team's got a gauntlet to end their season. See the live look in there. Central Red Devils and the Opelika Bulldogs, and Central already has their lead 14-0.
Yeah, Central locking up number 1 in the state with the win last week. Looking really good going into the playoffs.
Man in motion in the backfield there. Looks like some movement.
Man, going against Carver.
Yeah, gonna move him back, so it's gonna be a 5-yard penalty after a little bit of either motion or delay game. Didn't quite see there, but gonna move them back nearing the 10-yard line. So Stein, Crumpton got a lot to do, and just kind of a little bit of confusion there, but Tarver gonna go to the outside to the 20. He's gonna be brought down. You see Crumpton wasn't even looking.
Yeah, don't really know what happened there. Lots of confusion on the line. The line kind of just froze. So did Tarver. Didn't really know who was getting the ball. This Carver offense is all over the place right now. You see here, takes the snap. I think the center might have got confused with the man in motion. Still able to pick up some positive yards on what was a broken play, but maybe that was just because the Auburn defense was even more confused.
Yeah, you saw Colin King there kind of just stopped after he was blocking, and he just like looked. And you didn't really know what was going on, but Carver able to pick up those 5 yards. Crumpton going to hand this one off to Tarver. Tarver going to go up the middle, but he's going to be brought down. Big Carnell Jackson wrapping him up at the end.
Nowhere to go. You know, we mentioned it earlier. Their bread and butter is the run game. Coming in here, Scott Goolsby put together a great game plan just to suffocate this run game. They've done that so far, holding them to negative rush yards so far in this game and negative total offensive yards in this game. This defense just hitting them where it hurts right now.
Now 3rd and 8 for this Wolverines offense. Six minutes here in the second quarter. Now Crumpton going to drop back to pass. Going to try to find a man wide open in the middle, and it's going to be incomplete, but there is a flag in the backfield. We'll see who this is on. Potentially a flag against the Tigers.
And regardless of whatever the flag is, Crumpton had Makai Williams wide open. Looks like he's going against the defense, but
yeah, you don't want that if you're Auburn. The holding call, getting Carver back to a first down. They're moving the ball up now.
Crumpton had a ton of time in the pocket. Holding call going against Auburn really stinks, but looks like Crumpton had a man open here on your right side, but wasn't able to complete it.
Yeah, and Crumpton going all the way back. He's just going to throw that one way up in the air, and it's going to go out of bounds. But Crumpton having trouble with this pass rush from the Tigers, and you saw Cam Creighton getting to him there at the end, and Crumpton just kind of had to throw it to the Carver sideline. Crumpton ran almost 30 yards to the Auburn end zone. Would have been a safety if he would have got sacked back there.
Yeah, not what you want to see from Crumpton. Has not made the wisest of choices so far in this game. He's got to clean that up.
And so 2nd and 10 now for the Wolverines. Crumpton going to hand this one off to Tarver. Tarver going to go up the middle for a few yards. Going to be brought down. It's going to be a 3rd down now.
Number 24,
almost 5.
Up the middle, picked up 3 yards. Stop by number 9.
3rd down and 7 for the Wolverines, and we'll see if Zion Crumpton can do something to get life back in this Wolverines team. Now Crumpton going to draw back to throw here. Has a lot of pressure. Crumpton going to go up the middle. He's going to run to the outside near the 40. He's going to get a blocker to the 50, to the 40. He's going to get out of bounds in Tiger territory. Great run. Crumpton using his legs.
The spark that they needed, I said it earlier, you got to get Crumpton outside the pocket and running. You know, that's where they can hurt us. Feels the blitz, steps up in the pocket, gets a block downfield. Crumpton's got that breakaway speed. Carver needs more of that, this offense. Keep rolling.
Yeah, great block there at the end by Tarver. Now the Wolverines in Tiger territory. Gonna fake the handoff here. Crumpton's gonna go up the middle. Gonna get a few blockers. And he's gonna get brought down near the 1st down marker. We'll see if the officials give him that 1st down. And they will. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, they will give him the 1st down. So the Wolverines getting some momentum here halfway through this 2nd quarter. And you wonder now if Carver gets something on the board. And this could be a little bit of a game if they're able to come back.
Yeah, definitely, Reese. You got to get the ball in Crumpton's hands, let him run. Pass game is not there. His arm has not been anywhere. Can't get the run game going, so you let Crumpton show his athleticism off. He's stepping up here.
Yeah, big Colin King with the tackle there, but there is a flag in the backfield, so it looks like it could be a holding. See what the head official has here. Yes, it will be a holding on the Wolverines, so it will remain. We'll see if it remains a 1st down. Maybe they'll. Yeah, it looks like it will remain 1st down for the Tigers, or for the Wolverines. So 1st and 20 now for the Wolverines. Crumpton, empty set there in the backfield. So far, has been able to use his legs to get the Wolverines downfield. Crumpton going to step on the pocket again. Going to throw this one deep downfield. Has a wide open man for a touchdown. The Wolverines get on the board. Tyler Grant, the tight end, just had nobody around him. And Zion Crumpton able to find him downfield. Looked like he was going to use his legs, but finds Tyler Grant wide open.
Yeah, Crumpton was a busted play, a busted coverage from this Auburn defense. Finds wide open Tyler Grant. Able to break through on the scoreboard. Just what the Carver Wolverines needed and what seemed like when all hope was lost. Crumpton finding his guy downfield.
Now the PAT is going to be up and through. So the Wolverines get on the board here halfway through the 2nd quarter. So it's 28-7 now. The Tigers might have a little fight on their hands if Carver gets back in this game.
Yeah, you got to contain Zion Crumpton. You know, they did a great job doing that previous 4 drives. Let him get away there with that little scramble and then the busted coverage there in the secondary. Letting Crumpton deliver that ball, but the Tigers defense got to rally back in, rally the troops.
Fairhope and Daphne, one of the games on our pick'ems for HS Countdown. See, it's tied right now in the 2nd quarter. Thompson currently leading the Hoover Buccaneers.
Man, would that shake up the playoffs, wouldn't it, if Hoover could pull that off?
Yeah, Hoover currently has the ball right now, so we'll see. Carver going to kick this one away now. It's going to be a short kick, so it will be returnable, but it's going to be muffed a little bit there at the end. It will be out of bounds, so not very good special teams for the Tigers. Antonio Welch just looked like bobbled it at the end, and it's Tigers going to start their drive at the 10-yard line. So far, Auburn only 2 drives that they haven't scored, but if this Carver defense, James, is able to get a stop and go down and score again, we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, it could definitely flip the momentum. This Carver defense has got to get a stop, just keep them in this game, but this Auburn offense put the pedal to the metal this first half and showed all gas, no brakes. Looking to keep that going. Maybe a little 90-yard drive here to finish off the first half.
It looks like Carver gonna call a timeout. Coach White did not like the set from his defense, and quick timeout for the Auburn Tigers, but Auburn currently leads 28-7. And you see Lee Scott currently 0-0 at halftime.
Defensive battle right down the road.
And you wonder if the Tigers will ever play the Warriors.
Don't think that would be very close, Reese.
No, I always heard that that's the talk, you know, that Lee Scott supposedly is better in football and every other sport, so they kind of want to play us in a lot of sports, but they played us last year in volleyball. Auburn got the win.
Yeah, I don't think they'd want to play us in football. I don't think that one would turn out too pretty.
No, certainly not. But now Auburn ready after that timeout. See a running back in the backfield. And this Auburn offense so far has scored on almost every drive. Only 2 drives that the Tigers have not been able to score. And this Carver defense looks like they're getting right here. Going to be a Casey Myers run. It's going to be a fumble at the end of the play. We'll see if the Wolverines have it. Waiting for the official signal.
Number 15, Casey Myers on the carry.
And the Wolverines do have the ball.
Stop by number 12.
Looks like that actually going to be a stoppage of play. Maybe some miscommunication from the officials or something, but looked like a fumble to me.
Yeah, Kendarius Reynolds flying in there off the edge. See number 12 here. Myers didn't make the right read. Should have gave it to Welch. The second fumble. Casey Myers. What has been a really great first half, but looks like they're going to keep the ball on Auburn's side here.
Myers going to have a lot of pressure. Myers going to throw this one to the outside to Cash Reeve. Cash Reeve's going to make a man miss. He's going to be brought down near the 20-yard line. See if he gets the first down. Really odd sequence last drive. It looked like Casey Myers fumbled the ball, but the officials gave Auburn the ball.
Yeah, don't really know what was going on. It looked like it was first down for Auburn, so I'm okay with that.
Now Auburn going hurry up here. And Myers going to hand this one off. And going to make a few misses. Jaden King, he's going to be brought down.
Number 2, J.J. King up the middle.
Yeah, still wondering what happened back there on that fumble because Myers got laid out. And, I mean, we saw in the replay it was a fumble, but no call. And it looks like it will be a flag, and it's going to be on this Wolverines defense, offsides. Getting a little jumpy here is Carver. So now going to be a first down for the Wolverines. So now Auburn ready. Myers going to draw back to pass here. Going to fire this one deep downfield. It's going to be incomplete. And there will be a flag late there. See that Carver sideline upset. Looks like they will call pass interference.
And Myers had Cash Reef on that little go ball. Barely missed him. A little tugging from the Carver defensive backs. Drew the flag. For the first down for the Tigers, but really just trying to hold on to this football, drain all this clock, win this time of possession game, get a score right before half, and then get the ball after half.
Yeah, and honestly, that last play there, Cash Reef downfield, it looked like it was just kind of both players had hands, but Myers going to step up the middle, and he's going to make a few men miss, still making men miss, but he's just brought down. Huge hit at the end of that play, but he will gain the first down. And like I was mentioning, James, I really felt like that last play, both players kind of getting handsy, and at the end of the day, you kind of got to let the boys play, but they did pull the flag on that PI. Casey Myers takes a huge hit there, but the Tigers get the first down. Myers going to draw back to pass here. There's a lot of pressure. Fires it up the middle to a man wide open is Jaden King. Jaden King going to go up the middle. Near the 30-yard line, he's going to be brought down.
Love that play call, just bringing big Trent Pritchett and Karan King out there. Hitting blocks outside for Jaden King, but his hurry-up offense proven to be deadly.
Yeah, and I like what Coach Etheridge is doing, is he's trying to get that defense for Carver really tired and worn out, and it's working.
And they're definitely playing on their heels here early in this game.
Yeah, and King brought down. See, as the clock's still ticking, King was just not able to get any yardage. And Auburn will start with the ball in the second half, but honestly, if you're Coach Etheridge, you probably want to score before halftime, considering Carver was able to put points up on the board just last drive. So 2nd and 10. Jaden King did not gain any yards on that last play, and that clock's still winding down here late in the second quarter. And Myers going to draw back and throw, has a lot of pressure, fires this one up the middle to King. King has blockers. King's going to cut up, and he's going to be brought down. We'll see if the first down, or if it is a first down, it looks like it will be. So Auburn continue to move the chains. And Jaden King was able to get out of bounds. He stops the clock. And Myers going to run this one up the middle, but the play will be stopped. And it looks like it's going to be a penalty on the Wolverines.
5-yard penalty, replay first down.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an offsides penalty. Yet again, this Carver defense, just too many offsides penalties. So Auburn going to hurry up. Myers going to try to fire this one outside. Nearly intercepted. Great jump by that Carver defense. And Darius Reynolds, James, at safety for this Carver defense, getting up there, leaping to deflect that pass. So it's 2nd and 5 now.
Yeah, Reynolds been all over the place. There was the blitz, forcing the fumble that would be overturned, but here's that screenplay again.
Myers has pressure, going to go to the outside, and he's just going to go out of bounds.
That was the play we've scored on twice. Carver had our number that time, but Myers does the great job of knowing when it's not open and taking his medicine and going out of bounds.
Yeah, I feel like that's the difference tonight is Zion Crumpton has tried to find receivers, tried to make big plays and force those passes in places that you don't want to force them. And we've seen that's why Carver's down 3 scores now. In case of Myers, the reason Auburn's in the lead is because Myers has had great decision making and just been able to fire those balls into places that his receivers can get it. So 3rd and medium here for the Tigers. Myers going to throw this one up the middle. Actually, the outside, it is going to be incomplete. Pass intended for Levi Kelly. Great defensive coverage from the Wolverines.
Intended target was number 3, Levi Kelly. 4th down.
So now Auburn going to bring out the special teams unit here. Joseph Daniel going to kick this one. About PAT range here.
Yeah, if I'm Coach Etheridge, I don't really agree with this field goal here. You know, I don't know. I might just be a little greedy, but the way this defense has been playing, I would definitely go for this one, but take 3 points anytime we can get it.
And Daniel's kick is up and through, so Auburn expands their lead 31-7 with 43 seconds to go here. And James, if you're Carver, what do you need to do to get maybe a quick score up on that board? Because only 43 seconds, you have 2 timeouts left. You're gonna have to hurry up and go down and score really quick.
Yeah, realistically, it's probably gonna have to be a kick return because I haven't seen anything out of this offense that can tell me they can go score in 43 seconds. But you see here, Hoover's taking the lead over Thompson. As we said earlier, that would shake up about everything in this playoffs. His playoff implications are on the line. It's like Thompson could be driving there, but Central and Opelika, Central handling their business as of right now.
Yeah, usual Central blowing out. Seems like every team in region play this year. Just a dominant Central team. Coach Patrick Nix has that team down. He has the guys, all the leaders together, and they've just been really good. I feel like a well-rounded football team this season.
Yeah, it feels like if you want to win a state championship, you're going to have to go through Central at some point. So
now Joseph Daniel gonna kick this one away for, feels like, the 7th time tonight. Now Carver gonna be able to return this one. Gonna go to the outside near the 30-yard line, makes a man miss, but there will be a flag in the backfield. Gets down near the 35-yard line, but that flag's gonna bring it back.
yeah, really not a great heads-up play from Carver there when you want to score before half. The holding on the return is gonna push him back even farther.
Yeah, looks like I'm bringing back to leave the, we'll see where they spot the ball here. It's going to be the 12-yard line. And yeah, James, like you mentioned, it's going to take a miracle, it feels like, for this Carver team to get all the way down the field and score before half, because we just haven't seen much from Zion Crumpton. The only big play that he's made was that run and then also that touchdown that he threw last drive. But if he's able to do that again, then maybe Carver can get a field goal or possibly even another score. And if you go for 2, you're back in this game.
Yeah, definitely. It starts with Crumpton. You see here, going empty. He's going to have to take some shots down the field.
And Crumpton going to drop back. Has a lot of time. Crumpton going to fire this one way deep. Has a man, but it's incomplete. But there looks like we'll see. I saw maybe a flag, and there is a flag on the field. And that looks like it's going to be a pass interference. And this is bad for the Tigers because this is going to move Carver way up. And it will be a pass interference, so this Carver team gets a big break to start this drive. And you see how far that goes up. That goes up to the 32-yard line. A 20-yard penalty to start this first drive. And Zion Crumpton, I love to hear, able to sit back in the pocket and just wait for his receiver to get downfield. And you saw at the end there, a little bit of hands, but I don't know. Maybe you don't throw the flag there. Maybe you do.
Definitely was not a flag, but Crumpton put it where it needed to be. Almost was a catch.
Yeah, Crumpton trying to find a man deep again. Crumpton going to fire this one deep, and it is going to be incomplete. Basically wrestled for that one was B.J. McGee, but was not able to find his receiver was Crumpton. And I don't like that if you're Crumpton. You're trying to throw a Hail Mary, basically, and you don't need to. There's still 18 seconds left. You could do some check down routes and get in field goal range and get down by 3 scores.
Yeah, never liked the 50-50 balls, but B.J. McGee wins this one. Crumpton's got a lot of time in the pocket, rolls out. As you said, it looks like Aaron Rodgers just Hail Mary.
Yeah, there was a flag late in that, so.
Pushing them back where they started.
10-yard penalty, replay first down.
So now it's going to be 1st and 20 for the Wolverines. Still an empty set for the Wolverines and Crumpton. Auburn not showing blitz yet. Crumpton going to have a lot of players around him. Crumpton going to go up the middle for a few yards. Going to go to the 30, to the 40, to the outside. Crumpton still going. Crumpton going to the 50, to the 40. Has one man to beat, and he's going to go out of bounds. Just a great run with 5 seconds.
My goodness. Looking like Lamar Jackson eluding every single defender. Getting upfield. You see here on the replay. Eluding tackles. Breakaway speed. Had Isaac Benford to beat. Goes out of bounds, 7 seconds. Zion Crumpton stepping up big these last couple of drives. Felt the pressure. The pocket collapsed. Outside.
I thought he was going to score right there.
Yeah, I mean, he was almost gone.
Yeah, if Isaac Benford wasn't there, he probably would have scored.
If I'm Carver, I'm running about the same. Sending all your receivers downfield.
Yeah, 5 seconds, though, and this Carver team really needs to score because Auburn, like I said, gets the ball to start the second half. You see Hoover still leading this Thompson team nearing halftime.
Yeah, we'll be checking on this one a whole lot tonight. Hoover started out the season pretty rough, dropping their first 3. Be a big statement win if they could take down the powerhouse Thompson.
Yeah, it looks like Tarver coming in at running back, and they will not do an empty set here.
Just get some more pass protect in there is what I could only imagine.
Well, you wonder if they might try to do a check down route and maybe call a timeout, but it looks like they're going to just throw this one deep. Crumpton going to fire this one downfield, and it's going to be tipped, nearly caught, but that will send us into halftime. Auburn leads at the break, 31-7. Tigers great first half. Carver, on the other hand, not such a good first half. But James, what did you like from both teams?
Yeah, just totally dominated this first half, as you said. The offense hitting on all cylinders. Casey Myers rushing for a touchdown and throwing for 3. 2 of them courtesy of Joshua Askew and 1 of them Antonio Welch. But yeah, this Tigers offense is rolling, and Carver just sputtering there, but showing some life at the end with Crumpton, letting his athletic ability. But we'll see what we've got for this second half coming up.
Yeah, folks, that is going to do it for first half action, but don't go away, as when we come back, we will have second half action.
The best band in Montgomery is here, and it's time for Auburn, Alabama to witness greatness on a whole nother level. Introducing our drum majors, William Crazy Legs Harvey, Chris Aquaman Evans, Maya Hold It Down Howard, and Head Drum Major. They are known as the Furious Four. Auburn, Alabama, show them some love. On behalf of Mr. Gary Hall, principal of the greatest high school in Montgomery, Alabama, I present to you the Carver High School Mighty Marching Wolverines. And now we're kicking off our show with our fanfare. In the Stone by the late, great Maurice White and the elements of earth, wind, and fire. Mr. Brandon Williams. Baby, I'm yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Dr. Kristen Herring, Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, and Director of Bands, Miss Tiana Marshall, we present the Auburn High School Marching Band. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Emma Stackhouse, Avery Moore, Isaiah Nash, and Trey Doyle. Ladies and gentlemen, the Auburn High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, the Auburn High School Marching Band. Band staff include Sean Geiger, Joshua Wine, and Kim Chenier. Visual instructor is Gregory Stringer. Auxiliary instructors are Emma Vaders, Michelle Bloom, and Megan Greer. Percussion tech staff are Corbin Williams, Eric Moore, and Josh Bird. The Auburn High School Marching Band wants to continue to encourage you to visit our concession stands this evening, run by the Auburn Band Boosters Association. All proceeds from the concession stands directly support the band programs at East Sanford School, Auburn Junior High, and Auburn High School.
The 2025 AHS Football Booster top sponsor recognitions is Amsterdam Cafe, Baumhauer's Victory Grill, Byron Smokehouse, Rocco's Chicken Joint, Auburn Collision Center, Swanson Dining Center, the Orthopedic Clinic, and Food Sackley's. We thank you for your support of AHS football.
Looking absolutely fantastic right here. The Auburn seniors looking great. And it is we're up 28-7 at halftime, but it is senior night, so we'd like to shout out some of our mass media seniors. I got the list right here. We can put the graphic up on the screen, please. So first we have Kennedy Smith, Olivia Richardson, Aubrey Tyson, Sarah Bailey Brown, Pierce McDougald, Caroline Hardy, Reese Kinder, Reese Thrower, Carnell Jackson, Molly Gray McBride, Valeria Alvarez, Cleet Carlson, Caroline Witten, Mary Grace Speakman, Jace Virden, and Sham Sang. Thank you so much to our seniors. It's been such a great semester hanging out with you guys here at the Auburn High School Mass Media Center. And I'm so proud of you guys and hope you do well with your future endeavors. But on to what's going on across the state right now in the state of Alabama. A lot of games are at halftime, just like us. First, heading down the road to Lee Scott, the Glenwood Gators and the Lee Scott Warriors are tied 0-0. Not a lot of offense in that ball game. They are just now coming out of halftime. Glenwood actually did just score 7-0. Looking at half in Vestavia, the Rebels are 3. Looking down at Fairhope. Fairhope is up 21-14. The Pirates lead Daphne in that one at home. And then looking into Enterprise, the Wildcats up 14-0 on their senior night against the Jaguars. Also looking across the state, Hoover is up 20-16 on Thompson. Really big upset potential there. Looking in region, 21-6, Central Red Devils lead Opelika. And looking, Hewitt-Trussville leads 16-7 over Oak Mountain. And we're about to kick off in the second half here, so we're going to throw it back to Reese Kinder and James Tippins as they call the second half of this senior night between the Auburn Tigers and the Carver-Montgomery Wolverines. Perfect.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back into Sanford Stadium. We are back from halftime now. Carver getting ready to kick this one away. And Auburn currently leading 31-7, James. And what did you like from the first half?
Yeah, the Auburn offense was really dominant. Casey Myers got into a groove there, throwing 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Joshua Askew, 1 to Antonio Welch. Those 2 to Joshua Askew were those 2 deep balls, and he also ran one in. A little squib kick to start it off. But, yeah, this Auburn offense has really done well. One little fumble there, one miscue, but I'd like to see Auburn run the ball a little bit more, just chew that clock down. I'd love to see the run game with Jaden King and Jalen Huff. But, yeah, Auburn offense done really well so far.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this Auburn offense, the run game, we'd like to see them get going a little bit more. We'll see as Casey Myers comes back out on the field to start this second half. And Auburn, like we said, 31-7 lead, but Carver had a little bit of momentum going into halftime. We'll see if they can carry, maybe bounce back off of that to start this half. I'm going to throw this one to the outside. It is caught by Antonio Welch. Antonio Welch had a touchdown actually to start the game, and then after that, Auburn just kind of has been smooth sailing from there. The Tigers do pick up a first down on that last screen pass or kind of wheel route. Myers going to hand this one off to King. King going to run up the middle for a few yards. They're going to be brought down. Looks like he picks up 2 or 3 on that carry.
This Carver defense has done a great job of maintaining the Auburn run game so far. Haven't really broke off to any big runs. Mostly been the passing game where we've exploited this defense.
Yeah, the passing game's been really bad for the Wolverines, and this is going to be a pass up the middle to Jaden King. Jaden King going to get blockers. He's still going to the 40-yard line. There is a flag, it looks like, in the backfield behind where King was tackled. And it's going to be a holding on the Tigers. Man, that really hurts now if you're Auburn because, like we mentioned, Carver had momentum going to half. Zion Crumpton had some big runs. And like you said, shown flashes, kind of look like Lamar Jackson out there running, just using his feet and even using his arms a little bit. And this Carver team, if they get the ball back, who knows what could happen. So now Auburn going to have a 2nd and 8. Or it looks like they're going to move up, actually. They're going to be 2nd and 3. So they will move back. Casey Myers going to draw back to pass here. Has pressure, going to find a man up the middle. That is Antonio Welch, yet again, getting the first down. Actually, no, they will mark him short, so it's going to be a 3rd and 1. Thought he picked up that extra yardage, but could not quite do that. Going to run up the middle. Here's Jaden King, and he's going to get that first down for the Tigers, going past midfield.
Around that tempo offense, it's really hard for the defense when they're playing on their heels to stop that run. You see tempo again right here. Just kind of flusters this defense. Myers doing good at audibling, slowing the offense down, putting them all where they need to be, really a leader, and then making the plays.
Myers going to throw this one to the outside. Going to be caught by Joshua Askew. Joshua Askew going to make a man miss. Cuts out near the 40-yard line. Going to be brought down. Huge tackle there at the end of that play.
Yeah, Askew really good at what we call yak, yards after the catch. Really good at racking all those up, getting the ball in his hands, make some plays.
There's Jalen Huff, basically getting a yard or two on that run, but couldn't quite pick up a lot after that.
Yeah, the senior Codell Sharp able to wrap up big Jalen Huff. Carver defense stepping up against this Auburn run game.
Yeah, so a second down and long here for the Tigers to start this first drive. And Myers has a little bit of trouble finding a man. Gonna find a man down the sideline. Is caught by Cash Reef, and he's just gonna walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn.
Man, that was just a great play from Casey Myers. Going through his progression, pocket collapsed. Cash Reef able to make a play, get downfield, make his defender miss, get open, get some space. Myers throws another great ball on the run. Leads to a score. Air raid offense for the Tigers so far. First time I've really seen this season.
Yeah, like you mentioned, James, great score. And Joseph Daniel going to attempt the PAT, and it is up and through. So the Tigers expand their lead now, and it's 38-7. Early on in this third quarter, that first drive, Auburn was able to get a big score courtesy of the Cash Reef touchdown.
Not looking good for the Warriors here. Third quarter, late.
They see Warriors, like you mentioned, James, kind of struggling. Have not scored at all in this game.
Estavia handling their business. Potential, as of right now, would be the matchup we would have first round.
You see Fairhope currently beating Daphne 28-14. Joseph Daniel going to kick this one to the back of the end zone. It's going to be a touchback.
Reese, out comes Zion Crumpton. You know, really struggled first couple of drives in that first half, but was able to string some things together, throwing for a touchdown, and then late there, second half, got down the field using his legs. Like to see more of that. But scores here wouldn't matter if this Carver defense can't step up and stop this Auburn offense. But
yeah, Crumpton going to draw back to pass here. Going to fire it, nearly intercepted, and Greg Williams tipped that ball. If he was ready, that would have been a pick six.
Man, he's just all over the place, isn't he? Just reading the eyes of Crumpton. He knew he was going to number 5 the whole way. Greg Williams, you see here, just backing off, not blitzing, playing a little zone, reading his eyes, darting for that ball, putting his hands up there. Greg Williams is just all over the place tonight.
Yeah, certainly, James. Greg Williams come back from that injury, and the Tigers really need that tonight. Going to be a handoff here to Tarver. Tarver going to make a few men miss, still going. Going to be brought down near the 35-yard line, so Carver back in business after that miscue to start the drive.
And this is where the Carver offense gets rolling. You see this huge hole right here. Elijah Tarver able to dart up there. But man, if this Carver offense could get this ground game going, they could be scary.
Carver moves the chains, going to hand it off to Tarver yet again. Tarver going to find another hole, still going. He's going to get down at the 40-yard line. Great job by Tarver, just even being able to carry those guys, kind of piggyback ride them down the field.
Yeah, it looks like Greg Williams was in a little of a scrum here, and he's coming off the field, maybe a little injured. Do not want to see any of that.
Yeah, maybe the hand there at the end of the play.
That's what was injured for him.
So 2nd and 5 here for the Wolverines. Man in motion. Crumpton going to fake the handoff, going to run it himself, and he's going nowhere. Aiden Parker with a huge sack.
Aiden Parker just plants his, you see number 11 right here, reading his eyes, plants his foot in the ground. Big time tackles all over Crumpton. Seen a lot of that tonight. Just great job just reading that offense. That's what you need from a linebacker. A big linebacker like him can see the whole field. For Crumpton, that was not the right read.
Yeah, Crumpton going to step up in the pocket here. There is a flag, and Crumpton's going to make a few men miss near the first down marker, but it looks like it possibly will be a holding call. And it will be a holding. So this will move the Wolverines back. Hate to see it.
It's been a reoccurring theme this year, Reese. Lots of holding calls on offensive lines. Lots of false starts also.
Yeah, you feel like, honestly, they're kind of scared to let up a sack or anything against this Auburn defense, who really is good at pressuring the quarterback, and we've seen that a lot so far this season. When teams come to Duck Sanford Stadium, they have trouble with penalties. It's a second down and 16 now for the Wolverines. Crumpton going to go to the outside here. Going to try to find a man open deep downfield. Just going to throw this one up. And there will be a flag, so it will be a pass interference. Either pass interference or holding. We'll see. But that flag on the other side of the field there, you saw it came in late. See, Crumpton just threw that one way up in the air. Basically, it was like a prayer that he threw that one up. See, big Carnell Jackson and Aiden Parker with the late hit there. And then the late flag came in, so this will move the Wolverines up a little bit. Third and 6 here for the Wolverines, and like I said, James, Crumpton just kind of threw that one up the last play, but maybe a hold or pass interference. But Crumpton going to run this one to the outside near the 40-yard line, and he will pick up that first down. We'll see the official spot. They give him that extra yardage, and it looks like they might. Yeah, it looks like they're going to give him, no, they're going to call it fourth down. They're going to call him fourth and short.
Crumpton right here. Just eluding defenders. We've seen this a lot from him tonight. See if he got that ball across that line right there. It's a game of inches, but I still expect Carver definitely to go for this, even if it is a 4th and inches. Looks like they give him the first down.
Yeah, they gave him the extra yardage, so Wolverines able to move the chains. And if you're Carver, you got to kind of hurry up here. 7 minutes in this third quarter. You still have a chance if you can throw the ball downfield and get a touchdown. There is a flag coming in. Crumpton going to throw this one downfield. It will be caught by a man. He's going to make a few men miss. Still going down near the 10-yard line, but it looks like there will be a penalty assessed after this play.
He had so much time in the pocket. I can only imagine that it could be a holding. Another busted coverage. I think this one's going to come back for Carver.
He saw at the end there, Cam Creighton threw that ball pretty deep.
Yeah.
Could be quarterback if Casey Myers gets a little bit tired.
See right here, just Crumpton just settling in. Ton of time. That flag came in towards the offensive line. Looks like they were holding Aiden Parker there, number 11.
Yeah, great throw by Crumpton, but just the hold, man, really hurts. And you see Tyler Grant yet again making that impact, catching that ball deep. Really the only guy we've seen tonight been able to catch anything, but backs up Carver 1st and 20. So Carver moving the ball and then moving it back, just back and forth.
Yeah, can't get anything positive going so far. I think you got to lean on Crumpton. Let him run. See, Greg Williams is back in the ball game, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, Crumpton going to try to fire this one up the middle. Another flag.
They're going to get a holding. Greg Williams is getting held.
So there's an injury on the field. One of the Carver offensive linemen shaken up after that play.
See right here, Greg Williams going up as number 55. Just holding him up there. He can't do that. Carver team just shooting themselves in the foot right now. Can't get anything going.
And that's going to be a 1st and 30 for this Wolverines team. All the way back at the 25-yard line. Crumpton going to hand this one off to Tarver. Tarver going to go to the outside near the 30-yard line. Going to make a few-man miss. Still going is Tarver. Not been able to bring him down. He gained 5 yards on that.
Number 24, Elijah
helmet
Tarver,
comes off.
left end.
It was kind of a dirty hit there from 51 Cordy Rouser, offensive lineman.
Yeah, Elijah Scott's helmet came off in that play, so has to come out of the game for a second. Now Carnell Jackson coming back in the game for the Tigers on defense. See big Colin King and Carnell Jackson in the middle there. The 2 big nose tackles. It's a 2nd and 25 now for the Wolverines. Crumpton going to draw back the pass here. Has a lot of pressure. Crumpton going to the outside near the 20-yard line. Crumpton trying to find a man downfield, just going backwards. This ball is going to be up in the air, and it's going to be, we'll see if it's an interception. Incomplete, and it will be, it looks like an intentional grounding. Or an illegal man downfield, because once it touches that offensive lineman, he's ineligible, so it will be an incomplete pass and intentional grounding, or ineligible man downfield. So
I don't really know what Zion Crumpton is thinking here. I mean, he's trying to make something out of nothing. Good quarterbacks know when just to take your medicine, know the play's dead. Throwing that ball up there. Thankfully, it didn't create a turnover, but yet another penalty, moving them back even further. See right here, just has nothing. Defense boxed. It's the tip of the ball. Greg Williams almost able to come down with that interception. That could have been really costly.
yeah, and Crumpton's lucky too that it wasn't intercepted here by maybe Carnell Jackson, because if Cam Creighton would have tipped that and it would have went straight in the air, Carnell Jackson could have had an interception. So going to be 3rd and 31 here. Now Crumpton, low snap, going to drop back to throw, going to actually go up the middle, trying to find a man wide open, just throws this one, and it is incomplete yet again. I mean, like you said, James, good quarterbacks know when to take their medicine. It seems like Crumpton's just trying to force too much here in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, not what you want to see. The defense is swarming him. Hats off to this Auburn defense. Just really making it rough for him to make anything. There's a low snap there, but Cam Creighton and company back there, but complete. Not a great drive from the Wolverines. Penalties cost them big time.
And it looks like they will bring the special teams unit out here. The Wolverines will. So on 4th and 31. Gonna punt this one away here. Pretty decent punt. Gonna get a Carver bounce. Still bouncing. That one's just gonna continue to roll too. It's gonna be brought down near the 25-yard line. So Auburn gonna get the ball yet again. This Auburn team so far put up 38 points. Put up 38 last week against the Smith Station Panthers. So Casey Myers and the Auburn Tigers still trying to add a little bit more to the scoreboard against a Carver team who's been really good this season, but just tonight has not shown that toughness that we've seen from them in the early parts of the season.
Yeah, definitely want to add on to that. Put the whole state on notice with a big win on here. Just hold on for these next couple of minutes. Get the ground game going. Love what I've seen out of this offense, though.
A good run there from Jaden King for about 3 yards, and kind of looks like now Coach Arthur's just trying to let the clock continue to run. You kind of want to do that because you're already up 38-7, and I don't know how much more you're going to score. This one here going to be another handoff. Going to make a few men miss. Is Jaden King going to gain maybe a yard or two on that play. So give me a 3rd down for the Tigers. Get a live look at now. Thompson answers right out of the half. So Thompson ahead by 3.
That one's going to come down to the wire.
Casey Myers is going to draw back here, has a lot of pressure. He's going to be brought down. Casey Myers just had to take that sack, and that's the difference I think we've seen tonight from Casey Myers and Zion Crumpton. Casey Myers knows when he's going to take a sack, and he knows that he's just either going to throw the ball away or he's just going to let that loss of yardage. In this situation, you have to let that be a loss of yardage and just take your medicine. But like we said, Zion Crumpton has not done that tonight. He's forced a lot of passes downfield that shouldn't be thrown. Almost had interceptions. I'm surprised he hasn't had at least 3 or 4 tonight. But he'll learn as he continues.
Yeah, he's definitely got to turn some things around. He's got to feel more comfortable in that pocket. I feel like sometimes he rushes to break the pocket. You know, staying in that pocket with your offensive line, reading the field, going through your progressions, and delivering good balls. Something Myers has done really well tonight, but Crumpet seems to hurry that up a little bit. He's got to get that tuned up.
Yeah, fair catch by the Wolverines. That will be down. Looks like at the 41, or actually the 40-yard line in their own territory to start this next drive. And Carver, I mean, they're basically out of this game now. We thought coming out of the half maybe they could get a stop or two and get back in the game. And even before half, it looked like Carver had something going, but just was not able to do much.
Yeah, the story of this game is just how the Auburn defense has just had Carver's number all game, you know, except for that one busted coverage downfield where they were able to get a touchdown. But other than that, it's been all Auburn.
There's going to be a handoff here to the outside, and Alex Gamston brings him down.
Goodness.
Slam.
Senior night, senior Alex Gamston showing out big. Just manhandling number 5 to the ground. Another tackle for a loss.
Second down.
This Carver team trying to get a play from the sideline, but it's 2nd and 13 now with getting down towards 2 minutes in this 3rd quarter.
If I'm Coach Mario White, I'm leaning on Crumpton's run ability. That's the only positive yards I've really been able to get all game. And we'll
see if they mark that an interception, but
a little shaken up.
And they will mark that an interception, so the Tigers get an interception, but it will, looks like maybe an injury here. Maybe a little bit shaken up there at the end of the play.
Looks like it was Graham Forthofer. Not the best ball by Crumpton. Little ahead of him, tipped up. Forthofer made a heads-up play, diving for it. Get an interception. That's the second big play we've seen from Forthofer. Earlier, he had the pass breakup on 4th down. Auburn defense stepping up again in a big way.
So Casey Myers going to hand this one off here, but he's going to be brought down as Jaden King.
My goodness, big Elijah Peak. Just manhandling Tucker Aubin up there. Bringing down Jaden King.
See Auburn continuing to just run the ball here as we're getting down towards the end of this 3rd quarter. About 1:30 left.
You see this Carver defensive line squatted over on their knee. Just tired right now.
Yeah, I think that was Coach Etheridge's game plan coming in here. He knew if Carver's defense was tired, they wouldn't be able to get that much stops, but they weren't really that good anyway. It's going to be a handoff here to King. King going to go up the middle, but like I was saying, James, I don't think if you were able to tire them out, Carver might have gotten some stops and might have gotten in this game, but Coach Etheridge ran that hurry-up offense early on and got them worn out. And I feel like we've done that to a lot of teams this season.
Yeah, if you win the time of possession, it usually equals a team win, so it's definitely a key that we've harped on this season.
Now 3rd and 4 here for the Tigers. About 45 seconds to go in this 3rd quarter. Players looking at the armbands, trying to get the next play. Okay, man in motion. Myers going to take it himself up the middle. Myers still going, and he's going to be brought down near the 30-yard line. We'll see if that's going to be the last play of the third quarter.
Myers just continuing to impress me. Holding on to that football to the very last second, pulling it up, seeing the hole, just being athletic with it, you know, beating out some defenders. Take this to the fourth quarter, but Casey Myers has stood out big time to me.
But that will do it for third quarter action between Auburn and Carver. Auburn is up 38-7, but don't go away, folks, because we are going to send it to our studio update with Trip Upton.
And you are looking here live at Enterprise. They're up 21-0 on the Jaguars, and their unlikely playoff push could be possible right here, and that would be great for the Wildcats. It would look good for Auburn, who were able to beat them. They do have Mason Burkhart back, though, which has been the big difference maker for the Wildcats recently. Looking also across the state, the Lee Scott Warriors have pulled within 2 scores. They are down 20-6 with an extra point to go. Vestavia is still beating up on Tuscaloosa County, 49-10. Looks like Fairhope is going for a field goal in the fourth quarter here to try to extend the lead to 10 points, and they might have made that. Let's check a look right here. Yeah, they just made it. They might have faked. Did they fake the field goal? Well, that was the extra point. Actually, I apologize. Their graphics system's a little slow. And then we're going to be heading back to the game now for the fourth quarter with Reese Kinder, James Tippins, hopefully wrapping up this big win for the Auburn Tigers to clinch a home playoff game.
Thank you for that studio update. Some big games, like we mentioned, James, earlier, that are going on in the region. And going to be a handoff to Jaden King, going to go to the outside near the 30-yard line, going to be brought down. But like we mentioned, James, some big games, this one including for the playoff implications heading in. We only have 2 more weeks left until playoffs for the state of Alabama. And Auburn, like we said tonight, if they get the win, they lock up the 2 seed. And honestly, they could face Vestavia Hills in a rematch game, that first game of the season.
Yeah, anytime
you can
play at home, you know, you want that. So locking up that home playoff game in the 2 seed is huge, and potentially getting our get back at Vestavia coming here this time. But yeah, 7A Alabama playoffs.
Yeah, it's really big. I mean, we've seen Thompson Central, teams like that have been to state the past few years, and Auburn trying to make a case. Coach Etheridge has won 4 state championships. He won with 3A leads 2008, 2010, 2014, and 2015, and won 2019 6A state championship with Oxford. And his playoff record, 47-16, and he's 7-4 with Auburn. So great resume for Coach Etheridge in the playoffs. You see a late flag coming in there, as it's going to be movement from the Wolverines. But Coach Etheridge, great record in the playoffs, and if he continues what he's doing, this Tigers team could be dangerous in the playoffs.
Yeah, you know, Coach Etheridge really believes in these boys, and you know, we really could make a run. You know, it's going to be tough. We got to go through teams like Central and Vestavia and Thompson, but we've got the squad for it. Hoping to get this big win right here. Dothan next week. He said playoffs. But yeah, this Auburn team keeps playing. They are right now. It's going to be a hard team to beat.
And Auburn, unlike other teams, gets a chance to have, you know, an extra week going into playoffs. You see a big run there from Jaden King. But Auburn gets an extra week because their bye week is on Halloween. So they will not play on Halloween night on the 31st. They will play their first playoff game on November 7th, so they get an extra week to prepare, which is really good. Get these guys rest. The guys that are banged up, you know, get them some rest and go into practice and make a good game plan going into that first game. And if Vestavia Hills is here, I'll tell you, that crowd will really play a factor. And I think that game between Auburn and Vestavia Hills could be a big game. Like you mentioned, it could be a revenge. It will be a revenge game for sure. And Auburn, I think, could turn things around and maybe even get a big win. And hand this one off to Jalen Huff. Jalen Huff finds a hole up the middle, still going. Brought down near the 5-yard line. Big run from Jalen Huff.
Just going right into the teeth of this defense, Jalen Huff. Just pure muscle. Getting down there to the 6-yard line. Hoping to punch it in here.
Myers gonna hand this one off to Huff. A little bit of confusion there. Myers like held on the ball a little bit longer than expected. And Jalen Huff just tripped on Myers, it looked like. So gonna move up to the 4-yard line now is the Tigers. So 2nd and goal from the 4 here. You see Auburn just continuing to let this clock run. Tick, tick, tick. You gotta continue to let it run so Auburn can get a big win. Hampton Jordan in motion. And Myers gonna pitch this one to Huff. Huff's got blockers, but he's gonna be brought down. Looked like he gained about nothing on that play.
Great tackle by Kadarius Reynolds there. Called his number a couple times tonight. He's been everywhere for this Carver defense.
That's gonna be a 3rd and goal from the 4 now. That clock just continuing to tick down.
Big 2 playmakers, top of your screen. Going Welch, Askew.
See 2 tight ends in there. King gonna get the ball, but he's gonna be brought down. Looks like he lost a yard on that play. So the Tigers cannot score a touchdown. Looks like we'll see if they bring out Joseph Daniel for a field goal. Already made one tonight. Tigers kind of just waiting here for the signal. See the clock just continuing to wind down. Coach Ethers does not want to leave any time on that board. He wants to get his boys out of here with a win and then prepare for Dothan next week. With Dothan, not a bad team, James. They've beaten pretty good teams this season, and that triple option they run is very confusing. See a live look in here. Enterprise up 27-0. Against the Jaguars, and looks like, James, you're going to miss one of your picks this week. You picked the upset.
Yeah, it's going to spoil it. I was perfect last week. Had to go with the upset. Thought maybe Jag could get it done, but Enterprise taking care of business.
And it looks like Auburn going to take the delay game there and move back to the 10-yard line. So Joseph Daniel going to get a decent spot here. Good snap, good hold, and that kick is going off the upright. So Joseph Daniel misses that one. A lot of misses this year for the kicker, Joseph Daniel.
Yeah, that one was a little more tough from the left hash. I always say the left hash is harder than the right. Gonna have to draw it in there.
Yeah, I feel like that's really tough in real life and even in a video game, College Football 26. I struggle with those left hash kicks.
Wow.
The Hoover Buccaneers, I mean, man, 27-23. This is a shootout.
Wow.
It's a big game.
Still got some time left on the clock, but man, that'd be crazy if Hoover could pull that off.
Yeah, and like you said, James, I mean, Hoover and Auburn might meet each other in the 2nd round, or even Thompson and Auburn can meet each other in the 2nd round if this game goes Hoover's way.
We had Thompson last year, 2nd round. That one didn't go too well, but
yeah, you know, honestly, Trent Seaborn too, really good quarterback on that Thompson team. Auburn is familiar with that quarterback there in Thompson. You see, gonna throw this one, try to throw this one, gonna be brought down as Crumpton. But this Auburn team familiar with a team like Thompson, 0-3 against the Warriors all time. So Auburn trying to get that first win against the Warriors, and hopefully they can in the playoffs if they end up facing them. See Zion Crumpton yet again just confused. It looks like goes up in the pocket, makes a few men miss, and then finally brought down. Well, that Tigers defense has been so good.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it's designed like that, but him rolling out in the pocket just creates havoc for this offensive line, letting the linebackers just get to him quickly. See here again, he's rolling out left.
Gonna throw this one downfield, and it's just gonna be out of bounds. I mean,
It's just a really difficult throw, you know? Rolling out left, throwing on the run. You don't have your feet set. It's a difficult throw for any quarterback to make, even at the highest level.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly Zion Crumpton, I still believe this guy's a good quarterback. Auburn, who knows, might see him again in the playoffs if things work out. If you see him in the state championship, possibly. This Carver team is not a bad team. They play, like I said, they play Opelika next week, and then they play Saraland the week after. Both great teams, but this Opelika team's been struggling against big teams like Carver. And if Carver's offense and defense is good next week, I really have hope that Carver can get that win and maybe get in the playoffs. Fumble on the snap. Crumpton's going to have trouble with it, going all the way around the backfield, and he's going to have to throw this one. It's going to be caught by a man, going to near the first down marker and see if he gets it. It looks like he does, but there was a flag back there. See if it's on this Carver offensive line yet again. It could be.
I bet that one's coming back. Looks like they're moving them back yet again. Holding.
Yeah. I feel like Carver just has had so many penalties.
Yeah, the drop snap. See right there, they're holding.
The whole offensive line looked like they were holding on that one. And that's like I said earlier, James, I feel like they're just, at this point, trying to make sure that Crumpton, obviously you're trying to make sure your quarterback doesn't get sacked. You're supposed to protect him. But at that point, they're just basically making sure he doesn't get sacked, where they're just holding guys, like choking him out almost, like Brennan Barber at that edge rusher basically got choked down. That's going to be up the middle for a pass. Going to be caught by a man, but he's going to be brought down by Sea of Tigers defenders. But yeah, I mean, we've seen so many like aggressive holds from this Carver team. It's gonna be a 4th down and 11 here for Carver. Looks like they're going to pull the offense off the field and just bring in the special teams. I feel like Coach Mario White already knows that this game's over. He's just going to go ahead and bring the special teams unit out and let them punt this one away. And at the end of the day, your team does good. Sometimes they do bad. Sometimes this is just one of those games. Carver just did not show up offensively, and I'm sure Coach Mario White, only in his first season here at Carver-Montgomery, coached at Tuscaloosa Academy from 2015 to 2020. And he was assistant strength coach at Alabama 2019. See, Cash Reap here might be able to return this one, but going to be down near the 30-yard line. But as I was mentioning, coached as a strength coach assistant at Alabama 2019 to 2020, and then won the AHSAA state championship in 2020 with Pike Liberal Arts School. And obviously Bobby Carr, former Carver coach, left for Prattville. He's doing great things down there in Prattville, but this Carver team, first-year head coach, you've done great, 5-2 on the season. This is going to make you 5-3. Still a lot of things to improve on, obviously, as the season goes on. And Opelika next week, a big game, like we mentioned, for playoff implications. If Carver can get back on their feet and get things going, and Mario White regroups his guys and figures things out, I think this Carver team will be strong in the playoffs. So Kason Myers back out there again for the Tigers. Hampton Jordan in motion. See Antonio Welch in motion yet again. Going to hand this one off to Jaden King, but he's going to be brought down. Just under the 5-minute mark now in this 4th quarter. And Auburn going to continue to take a lot of time off this clock. It's a 2nd 11. Jaden King did lose a yard. And in motion, Antonio Welch, going to be a fake handoff there. Kason Myers going to run up the middle, still going near the 20-yard line. He's just bulldozing his way past that first down marker and getting a lot of yards. Kason Myers, I mean, big guy, really built. And like you said earlier, James, looked like a Josh Allen. I mean, hard to bring down.
Yeah, aggressive run there. I don't know if I like it this late in the game. You kind of don't want to risk any of those injuries, especially to Kason Myers. But, yeah, as you said, Josh Allen, just being able to see the field so well. Tall dude, aggressive runner, tough kid.
And Jaden King gets some blocks there. He gets near the first down marker. We'll see if he gets it. No, he's going to be a little bit short, about 2nd and 3.
Why not just take one more shot to the end zone?
Yeah, Auburn tried to do that earlier, and Joseph Daniel sadly missed that field goal. But it would have put the Tigers up 41-7. But we'll see if they can do anything here. Myers going to hand this one off to Huff. Huff going up the middle, bulldozing his way near the first down marker. We'll see if they give him that extra yardage. They'll mark that one 3rd down, so it's going to be a 3rd and short here for the Tigers. See that clock continuing to just run down. And Hoover and Thompson. Hoover's got the ball back on offense. See Fairhope up 35-21 right now against Daphne. Myers gonna go out to the outside here, go near the 10-yard line, gonna bulldoze his way past the first down. But like you said, James, I mean, you don't want to risk like a head injury or even a back injury there at the end, because Myers, you saw, put his head down, and you don't want any of those late contact injuries that hurt you, because the backup quarterback, J.D. Pate, only a sophomore, and if you have him, I mean, honestly, he's a sophomore, he's still got a lot to develop there, and you want a guy like Casey Myers to lead this team in the playoffs.
Looks like we could be running a wildcat right here. Jaden King taking the snap.
Jaden King gonna run this one up the middle. He gets some blockers. He's gonna be brought down near the 3-yard line. He did. Looks like Coach Etheridge will take Casey Myers out of the game and just run wildcat formation now, because like we said, James, you don't want to ever risk a star player like Casey Myers getting injured, especially since playoffs are coming up. And I'm sure if Auburn gets a big lead against Dothan next week, I'm sure Coach Etheridge will do the same exact thing. You don't want that to happen. And obviously, great coaching tonight from Coach Keith Etheridge. Great play calling, hurry-up offense, just really tired out this Carver defense and was able to get a big win.
No, definitely. Hitting them early was definitely a game plan coming in. Great play calling to start. Those big-time plays to Antonio Welch, Joshua Askew. But, yeah, getting Casey Myers' arm going was the key to this game, and we really hit on that. Myers was rolling. You can always count on this Auburn defense to be really aggressive, be all over the ball, and held this Carver team to 7 points. But great statement win, locking up the 2 seed. Get to see the Tigers at home for a big playoff game.
Yeah, this Tigers team, you know how the atmosphere is in Sanford Stadium for those playoff games. The crowd really shows up. The fans, the faithful, they're all there cheering on the Auburn Tigers, who have done good in opening playoff games the past few years. Coach Etheridge gets another shot at state in Birmingham this year. And, you know, if the Tigers are really, really hungry for that state championship, we'll see. But it looks like Auburn is going to take the delay a game. About 37 seconds left. But this Auburn team this year, I feel like really special group of players that we have here. And if Auburn is able to get a big win to start that, to even with Dothan next week and then to start the playoffs, who knows who will face the rest of the way. But this Auburn team, I think, is ready for any challenge they face. I feel like you put that Central loss behind you after this week and even after this Miss Station game, and you even put that Vestavia Hills loss way behind you now. And if you play them again, that revenge game will feel so good if you get a big win. Joseph Daniel going to attempt the field goal here, and it is going to be up and through. So Joseph Daniel gets back after that last field goal that he missed. So it is 41-7 now. The Tigers expand their lead, and all Auburn will have to do is just kind of kick this one off and let the defense do the rest. So a great night from Casey Myers yet again. So a few touchdown passes, I believe 3 on the night for him, and even ran one in. So 4 touchdowns overall tonight for Casey Myers, and another great performance for him on the year, and only a junior quarterback like we mentioned, James, and this kid's got a lot to go.
Yeah, he's got a bright future ahead of him. And it's starting right now, you know, gets his first action at 7A playoffs coming up. Can't wait to see him in that. As you mentioned earlier, Reese, we got some of the best playmakers, I think, in the state of Alabama, you know, with Askew, with Antonio Welch, on the defense side, Greg Williams, Carnell Jackson, B.J. McGee. all these guys just come to play. Some senior leaders in there too. They just want it. So going into these playoffs, I think we have a lot of momentum, a lot of talent. Coach Keith Etheridge will definitely come to play.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they'll do. And it was senior night tonight, so the seniors get a big win to cap off this season at home. And obviously Auburn will get to be at home yet again. But I mean, it's just been a great journey this year for this team, including myself. You know, a senior with AHS Mass Media. It's just been a great journey, great 3 years commentating Auburn High football, Auburn High basketball, just any sport. I mean, it's just been a blessing to be able to do this. .29 seconds left here in this game. Carver, basically, all you have left, maybe a throw downfield or two. We'll see if Coach White wants to do anything. He's just going to let Crumpton take this one himself to the 30-yard line near the 40, and he's going to run out of bounds. 21 seconds left.
First time they've really ran that play. Kind of wish they maybe might have run that earlier. You know, Crumpton's got the legs, but
not gonna be a handoff here. It is just gonna be brought down by that Tigers defense, and that is going to do it for Auburn versus Carver. Auburn gets a big win and locks up the number 2 seed in playoffs. Auburn wins 41-7 against the Carver Wolverines, but that is gonna do it here from AHS Mass Media. We're going to go to a quick we're going to not go to a studio update with Trip Upton, but that is going to do it for this matchup between Auburn and Carver. We hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, and have a good night.
And what a way to end off senior night right here at Sanford Stadium. Your Auburn Tigers are able to claw it out over the Carver-Montgomery Wolverines 41-7. Great senior night. So proud of all the football players, seniors. So proud of all of our band, color guard seniors. And obviously we shouted out all of our AHS Mass Media seniors as well at halftime. So ladies and gentlemen, that was awesome. I'm your host, Trip Upton, and let's talk about what's going on across the state of Alabama as you see them singing the alma mater right there at Sanford Stadium. First, let's look at kind of what's going on in region play across Region 2 here in 7A. The Central Red Devils whooping up on Opelika. They look to be up 28-6 right there. The Red Devils, they've been the class of the region, and this win will officially clinch their region championship. So congratulations, Central. I do hope we see you guys in the state championship game for a little bit of get back. Let's go now look at Enterprise and Jag. The Jaguars able to put a touchdown on the board only a few seconds ago. Enterprise up 35-6 though, so they're going to be looking to win there. Looks like with depending on what's going on, I mean, Opelika is losing, so there's a potential for some shenanigans that could get the Wildcats in, but it is slim to none if there. Now let's go look at some local teams. The Lee Scott Warriors are down right now to the Glenwood Gators 22-7. It was a 0-0 game at halftime. So luckily some offense in the second half for both Gators and Warriors fans down in at least got just down the road here. Looking down south in Mobile, Fairhope up 38-21 over Daphne. That's a little bit of an upset. I thought that Daphne was going to win that game, so good job for them. Vestavia, that game is final. Vestavia Hills won 56-10 over winless Tuscaloosa County. The Rebels continuing to make a strong case that they could be the third or second best team in that region. But looking at Region 3, the game of the night, Thompson Hoover. The Hoover Buccaneers are up 27-23 at the Met. Thompson does have the ball. Looks like they're trying to push the ball down the field. If anyone can do it, it's Trent Seaborn. So Thompson trying to rally and keep a region championship alive. If they win, they'll be the #1 seed in Region 3. Looking across the state as well, some of the scores that we don't have as of right now with our live look-in. Sparkman leads Grissom 40-7 late in the fourth quarter. James Clemens and Austin, a battle up in Huntsville. Austin leads that one 31-30. A lot of fireworks in Rocket City. Heading back down to the Bay, Baker up on undefeated Mary Montgomery 36-28. Mary Montgomery, the only undefeated team left in 7A. So that would be a massive upset that could shake up the bracket at all levels. Hewitt Trustful taking care of business against Oak Mountain. They're up 36-21, trying to clinch a 2 seed and potentially a 1 seed with what's going on in the Met. Florence up on Huntsville 38-27. That game is in the fourth quarter. Hillcrest, right now it's reporting that they're up 17-10 in the third quarter. I'd assume that they're a little bit further on in that game. The Dothan Wolves won 48-14 against Smith's Station, so that could set up a massive game for the Wolves, a potential win and get in game, depending on what Opelika does down the stretch as well. And looking at as well, Bob Jones, the Patriots beating the Aggies of Albertville 48-0. In college news, if you're not paying attention, Louisville has upset Miami in Coral Gables, so a massive upset there. I know this isn't a college football show, but hey, I've been keeping up with that score all night as a fan of the ACC. But that will do it for us. How do these games impact our bracket? Make sure to stay for next week's Bracketology. I'll have that broken down for you guys, looking at clinching scenarios going into the last weekend of region play. We'll also be talking AHS Countdown as well during this week. We're going to have Reese Kinder and James Tippins, who did a masterful job calling the game tonight. Shout out our amazing crew with Mass Media, our executive producer, Mr. Diller, and all of the seniors that made tonight possible, both from the photography, videography, and control room side. But ladies and gentlemen, my name is Trip Upton. I've been here with AHS Mass Media. We're not going to see you next week because the Tigers will be on the road in Dothan, but we will see you for the first round of the playoffs November 6th. Stay tuned and go Tigers.